1 second, guys. Be on a second. I've seen this. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob Hollow Everest back again to play some more Genshin Impact. Last time yesterday we watched the 4.2 trailer, which was phenomenal. It was earth-shattering. I am so excited for the 4.2 update coming out on Wednesday. We completed the last of the world quests in Genshin, I think with one tiny notable exception called the Letter, which needed a daily reset, so hopefully I'm going to be doing that today. Also today I wanted to do both NEUVILLETE and RIZZLY'S story quests, and then I will have done everything in Fontaine before the release of 4.2. Then I will have done, yeah, pretty much everything. There's also we got a weird item. This. And I know this is used for something. I don't know what yet. We got all 7 of the Archeum shards. We found out the mystery of that, the floating islands, and we kept them from being blown up along with a good chunk as someone stole a bunch of research from the Institute. Whatever. We got a lot to do, so we're going to dive right in and do it, guys. As we're doing this, if you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you're following. If you're watching when this goes up on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed. Help me out. My hair's all droopy today.
Nice like this
Slept on it funky. I took a shower, then I immediately went to sleep.
Today. I found a
So my hair's all
weird-looking lizard. Want me to show it to you?
Alright, so let me see. As I logged in this morning, bam, a letter, which is the last quest we need to complete our reputation in Fontaine. I also we're also going to do this because don't regret or regret regretting, and definitely don't ever regret regretting. Beautiful. So we are at 98% in the Liffey region. These are all for the bugs. So I've done a good enough job. I think we were done with this area. We also, I believe, have 1 or 2 more of these. That we had to find hydroculi. Oh, I also went in a huge waste of Mora. Leveled every character up to 70-80. Level 70/80. So the 80th ascension mark. every character. All of them. Huge waste of money. And then these are the characters that were already in the 80s, and I'm gonna start leveling up NEUVILLETE. And I have a bunch of 90s. Stupid? Yes. But fun. Alright, so we gotta take on this letter quest. So let's do the letter quest first, then we'll do NEUVILLETE and RIZZLY. Still up. Oh, it's up here. Oh, it's just literally right there. Dope. Okay, still 3 minutes before I can see if there's any more missing. I have been grinding these, and I'm probably going to be continuing to grind these Blossoms of Wealth to make up for my now incredible lack of Mora. Sorry, Paimon. Alright. So first things first, let's take care of the letter. Just like I stressed before, dear Gestionnaire, that's how the procedure goes, and there's nothing I can do. Mr. Roylette did send a list of required documents, and I do have them ready. However, you simply can't come over and take any document that does not conform with our letter delivery regulations. Huh? Ayun? Oh, right, he's a member of the bureaucracy. He's one of the bureaucrats that worked inside the Palais Mermonia. No wonder Lumine is an honorary senior researcher at the Institute. I'm very good at providing moral support. I'm not sure I could have made it. I believe I heard Mr. Tressel called you an honorary senior researcher of the Institute. I even have a certificate. And a photo. Paimon's in it too, but Paimon didn't get a certificate. In recognition of Lumine's merits and achievements, the Senior Institute has granted her a title. As for what those achievements are, I'll let her speak. Let's talk business first. I can't hand the document to you right now, but as for what you asked earlier, you'd like a researcher to guide over and take some pictures of a nearby institute, it's no problem at all. I think Lumine might be suited for the job. She knows the surrounding areas like the back of her hand and be more than equal to the task. I'm always happy to help you out. You're so kind. As long as out-of-control mechas and monsters, whatever, taking pictures isn't the priority. I'd love to help, but the procedure is procedure, and my hands are tied. Alright, I'll discuss with Miss Royalté after. Goodbye, Mr. Tressel. I'm not French. I took French in middle school. But that's it. In middle school. And I am old as a dirt now, so no, don't remember those lessons. Why don't we go to the Marion Memorial Park first? Which was once part of the Institute.
Illusion shattered, torn to oblivion.
Fine.
Oh, there it is. This is the Marion Memorial Park. I can't tell if it's a park at all. Mr. Royalty will be disappointed. He had hoped to make a speech here. It's not even an iconic landmark, and it's not good for group photos. You could take some mecha as a memento. There's no room in the Maison Gestion for such things. Even if I could, I'd still have to have the mecha appraised, reported, categorized, and stored. What were you and Tressel discussing? The Institute is making plans to rebuild, right? Certain resources and personnel arrangements have been made through the Maison Gestion. The Maison takes this matter very seriously, so I had so it had Mr. Royalty select a team to conduct field studies in and around the vicinity. It happens that the Institute has a letter for the Maison Gastien, though. Since I'm here, I might as well bring it back with me, but he insisted it's a violation of proper procedure. There's a proper procedure for picking up a document. Bureaucrats and their babbling. You have to mail it for the purpose of being traceable. So there's an official record of the letter being sent, transferred, and received. It has to be mailed. You can't just give it to a person who's there.
Next on the agenda.
I'm very curious if we'll ever get like a flashback to see what all of this looked like pre-explosion. I think that might be cool. Right? Like all of these buildings actually in their prime. I was about to question why I have a marker here, but for a very important reason. Because I found a cat. Just chilling on a rock in the middle of nowhere. I tried catching him, but he cannot be captured. This cat is too independent, too bold. Oh, that's the one that's behind that mysterious door. So this was the assembly hall, and now it's where the new prototype gravity generator is situated.
La la la.
Do do do. This is the academic assembly hall. I admit the structure does look like a hall, but what's so academic? The academic part's in the researcher's head. Intact is all it has left. I'll go find a good vantage point.
La la la. Da da da.
I'm taking a picture. What do I...
Woo! La la la.
That really hurt.
Da da da. Woo!
Iron,
I
help
see
me!
everything. Access denied.
Dumpy dumpy go. Boing boing boom.
Woo! Born of ice and frost. This is long overdue.
have to
Shine down!
Share my knowledge. Jumpy, jumpy, go! Blow them all up. I feel kind of woozy. Yeah. Hey,
There is no escape! We're way behind schedule. Next on the
There,
agenda.
now it's safe. I don't know what else you want, game. Is there an item that's supposed to pop up? With what? How? What? Well, there you go. Too high, far too high. Marveling at the height, the Institute's academics were certainly up there too. Last stop, the Institute Qualifications Review Representative Office. Desnos is in charge. I've met him before, I believe. He's the one that set me on the path to join. I like how characters used to share some of these. But now every character has their own unique sub-detection units for RIZZLY, the Lumatois starfish for NEUVILLETE. Oh, Archon, save me. Make no more mecha causing trouble. What are you doing here? Royalty sent me to conduct an inspection. I also brought you some coffee. Thank you for the coffee. At least for the work environment and content, we're doing what I have to. What's with the sad look? It's like this. With a long face, Ayun recounts all that has happened. Is the correspondence some kind of classified document? It can't be. Replies like that are typically in the vein of, got it, I have no questions, I don't know, or something similar. At most, it's copied to different departments to let them know there's something they should care about. No wonder I got a copy of the letter, too. Here, look, is this it? Mr. Trossel said he hadn't mailed it yet. He must have meant that the external letters haven't been sent out yet. Once more, he failed to tell the whole story. People at the Institute are really good at getting under your skin, huh? I'm sure all the letters that Trossel sent out are the same. Why don't you just take my copy back with you? Nobody cares if someone in my position accidentally loses a non-essential letter. No, monsieur, I can't do that. It's against regulations. I'll go back and wait for the official letter to be delivered. Think outside the box. Don't be a fool. Why must you insist on making it hard for yourself? Who knows when the letter will get to you? The sooner you get it, the sooner you can start working and settle all this mess. No, monsieur, thank you, but I will not violate regulations. My duty as a civil servant demands it. Lumine, Mr. Desnos, Paimon, I must leave now. Mr. Royalty is still waiting for me to report back. Solemn, heavy steps. He's a fool. His brain has gotten all rotten, haven't they? Everyone else tries to make things easy for themselves, so that he insists on going through the motions. That's just who he is. Admirable yet scary. That's good. You should be around him more often. Yeah, at least you have a ceiling. Some offices aren't that lucky. Oh no, dang it. I meant to switch. Two big things. First and foremost, now that we've completed the letter quest, Fontaine quests, a letter, reputation 10 Fontaine, wings of merciful, wrathful waters. In search of fritter time. I have that for her. I have the new music one that came out. I did buy the music set, which came with special musical orchestral wings. That doesn't look bad on her, the new. I kind of like the orchestral one on her, though. I mean, she is water. But let's go to who I think would look great on. Who also I gave the orchestral wings because I think they look good on him, but yeah, no, that matches him so well. Our boy NEUVILLETE. Alright, now get a little bit of friendship. I missed the obvious friendship.
Thank you for
that, but alright, not bad. Alright, so let's...
This realm is...
I've started getting friendship for Linny and Lynette. Kirara,
If you ever have...
Oh, you know what actually would be handy? I always like to keep one sigil as just a memory, but the Geo sigil I have 161. This could actually be useful.
Take it easy. Ha.
$80. That will leave me with 128,000 Mora. Thank you. All right. where... Fontaine. Alright. As I said, I want to take care of those two story quests. But the last thing I want to try is I know... let's see. Genshin. What is the item called? Arceum stock. Is a quest item obtained when you get all 7 mysterious ores. They can be further refined into this item at Bravius's Pressworks. That looks familiar, the name. Bravest Pressworks can be accessed 3 ways. At the end of the Geode Mineshaft, a hidden tunnel in Queasel's workshop, a waterway from the Millennial Pearl Seahorse. That's probably the easiest. So let's go to... I know there's a hidden waterway in the back. Excuse me, sir. Don't mind me. Just passing through. Not there. I think this was it. Okay, it's a one-way. Okay, that's a... Opulon. That's one of the robots that dropped off the special keys. There's also another special... I remember this area when I was doing my
Take it easy.
tour to get enough Lumatoires to level up NEUVILLETE. Alright, there are 2 different directions to go. Let's try this way.
Take it easy.
Oh, miss. Sitting here like, why aren't I getting them? Okay, this is Queasel's workshop. Huh. I have seen this place.
To choose from.
Alright, it was the other way. Gotcha. So this is the entrance to get there from Queasels. It's not trying to get us to go to Queasels. So get down here. All right, here we go. This looks more like a secret room. I defeated some enemies in here. Got a whole secret passage.
Take it easy.
The operator should wear protective gear. Whatever. Step 2. Ensure the stock has been placed correctly to prevent the mechanical damage. Check the equipment's energy supply. The press will stock enter the activated state. You need to press the switch when it's at an orange red light. Operating the press with hammers to officially induce deformation. Manually operate the press with the hammers at the right timing. Alright, first things first. Let's drop. Cool. Alright, we have that. Hey, La Belfiore. Going good today. We're trying to finish up everything in this area before the new update goes live on Wednesday. Okay. So we have to normalize the pressure first. So that's all these things that are laying around. So let's switch back to my combat party.
I see everything. Illusion shattered. Access denied.
There we go. Done and done. for other leaks or cracks in the pipes. I saw that there was one on the other side right there. Well, that's handy. Alright, I had a hand wheel. I didn't even know I had one. There's another one over there. I don't even know where I got that. When I got that. Alright, that's not bad. I think that's all of them.
We're way behind schedule.
So, you know, let's climb up there. That's probably... One more quick scan. Do I see any more leaky pipes? Nada. Okay, no problem. We got this. Oh, sorry, gentlemen.
Everyone hold hands.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Boing, boing, boom!
Good.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
Alright, there's a book here. Common problems and appropriate emergency responses. If an error occurs, please contact Senior Researcher Bravis. It's called Bravis's Press, so that makes sense. Insufficient energy. The error is usually caused by insufficient pipe pressure. This error in this state, the entire system is hazardous. When water enters the system. Blah, boring. Oh, I'm over the moon. That 4.2 trailer was phenomenal. It was insane. Alright. Everything's turned red. That's either good or bad. Yeah, but no, I'm very excited for 4.2. I really like Farina, so I've really been looking forward to getting her and the end of the story. I didn't really care much for 4.1's story update, except for the very end. I wasn't a huge fan of all the Fortress of Meripede gameplay, but the ending stuff was really good. Oh, okay. When the Fortress press is activated, you can press stock to enter agitated state. You need to activate the press when the stock gives off an orange-red light. Alright, easy. Pay attention. Ganyu, don't fall asleep. Not a Farina fan, but you get it? It's just, she's so goofy. I love her. I feel like she has error. System overheated.
Born of ice and frost.
I feel like she just has the most personality. She's so goofy, and I just love the heck out of it, you know? Do I think she's the real Hydro Archon? I have heard that theory kicked around. And I think, yes, she is the real Hydro Archon, but she's never had access to the Hydronosis. I believe she inherited it from... This was not on before. Activate cooling. Water intake is blocked. Awesome. Where is that? Water intake is blocked. I think she is the Hydro Archon, but what I think, whatever the last Hydro Archon did, messed things up. And, or maybe it involves Skirk somehow, and the whale, I don't know.
Access denied.
Because I have seen that Farina has a vision, which is very odd. Okay, water intake is blocked. It looks like water intake. Oh, there we go. Oh dear. Well, that works. So I think, yes, she is the Hydro Archon who has access to the authority of the gods. She was maybe chosen by Celestia or whatever. But never had access to the Gnosis because... I've fallen down the weapon banner trap before. Like, I have, Nahida, I have the weapon for her. There he is. Which I think looks really good on her. Some characters I have, if I get her soon enough, if I get her in enough pulls, I might try for it. Because it's usually best in slot. I definitely want to play as her. Because I have a team, I feel like she's going to go great on this team. I have a team of characters that summon other people to fight for them. And I want her on this team. And having her with a healer like Kokomi, I might have her on a team with, like, I might replace Lumine, keep Neuvillette, keep RIZZLY, and maybe do Charlotte if I get Charlotte. Because she's going to get all that benefit from healing and damage. So having her with a self-damaging character like Neuvillette, a healer like Charlotte, I think that would probably be nuts. And that might be a really fun freeze team. Alright. Alright. Oh, whoops. Too early? Don't know what I'm doing here. Error. Water has entered the system. Now we need to do drainage, and now that there's enemies, that I see a thing down here. And that's the drainage. Okay. Excuse me, sirs. Maybe if I go from above and attack both of them. That would be funny. Alright, ready? Let's try and kill 2 of these with 1. No. That's not gonna work. Do we have any explosion boys, or is it only you, Manta? Oh, that's what you're for. You're here to get me, Explosion Boy. That makes way more sense. Directly in between those two. Alright, that's the drainage pipe. Oh, but there's another drainage pipe, of course. The thing, the mystery I'm the most curious about is why is Skirk there? The Red Meanie's Revenge. Alright, got an award for that. An achievement. Like, do you have any thoughts on the identity of Skirk, or maybe the identity of the whale? I think what we know is that Skirk trained, Child after he saw the whale, and I know I've been seeing some people say that that he could be the same creature. Oh, this looks like it's gonna be the last one. There we go. I heard some people talking about how the whale might not be abyssal. The whale might be celestial in origin. The whale might be like an angel of some kind. And since that's not a good thing in this game, Archeum Luminite. The result of forging Archeum. Oh, there it is. It emits an unusual light. It is said that such things can be used to open a gate somewhere. Alright, I like that. So, like, obviously, Farina's quote-unquote execution, the return of Skirk, we saw from the credits. You think that might be connected to the Abyss in some way? See, I think the opposite. I think that might be connected to Celestia in some way, which is maybe going to cause Farina to abdicate her position as Archon and, like, defy Celestia. Where am I? I'm back. Oh, hey, Disness. I am back. I don't know how I... Alright. That's weird. Yeah, Farina's execution with that giant guillotine blade. Alright, there's only one gate I have yet to be able to open in 4.2, and it's this one down here. There should be a giant pit in the ground somewhere. Right there. Let's take a look. Yes, yes. So, I mean, obviously, like, all the stuff with the whale, and the return of Child, and the return of Skirk, and we also saw the... I think the item I just got says it opens a gate somewhere. Oh, baby. So I had to find all 7 shards, fuse them into a thing, find the forge, and do that whole forge minigame just to get into here. This better be worth it. Let's see what's in here. It's a big shell. But I think the thing that I'm very curious about... Oh, yeah, it's good. I mean, I know it's not going to be worth it, but part of me hopes it is. The thing that had me some of the most curious about the trailer was the stuff with Navia and Arlecchino. We didn't really see a lot with them. I'm very curious as to how they're both going to tie into this final chapter. Alright, I received the biological samples. They were carefully stored in sealed jars. It's difficult to say if it's closer to animal or plant, but it's clear that it's unlike any other carnivorous plant. It hunts more actively for living food. I tried transferring it to a basin and it started growing rapidly. It seems to eat anything. I cannot determine if it's inherent nature or the result of mutation after introduction of heterogeneous tissue. Maybe that person would be interested in it. Unfortunately, they're going to live in seclusion in dry-ass wood. It has been avoiding the Institute's researchers, including me. Having learned that the archaeum affects its behavior, a carnivorous plant. And where's driest woods? Is that maybe the area... We know that there's a new area gonna be dropped over here. And 2 of them are woods. And 1 of them is a lake. So that might tie into that. Oh, a luxurious chest.
Take them.
Yes!
I have no need.
About the Golden Troop. The Golden Troop is the artifact set. Comparative studies have been concluded that surviving ruins of ancient orders across the land. They had different names and scripts left behind. Pre-Remurian civilization. Fortuna appears at the title of a symphony. Ancient... I'm going to take a picture of this, because I am a bit of a lore hound. Fortuna appears to be the title of a symphony. Ancient documents record the existence of great symphonies that were connected to the fundamental power. The gods of the previous civilized era had ruled Fontaine using the power of symphonies. The ancient Remurians used music to record everything, and even magic was no exception. But they're thinking... This makes me more and more likely that I think we're going to go to Remuria the same way we went to Enkanomiya. Even scholars of ancient orders, subsequent heirs and pre-civilizational legacy were unable to comprehend it. I've collected numerous special conches on my quest to uncover proof of the Grand Symphony's existence. Although the legends about them vary by area, there's a single point upon which we all agree. The conches were tools used by the ancient civilization to convey information. This dealt with the Melazine, and we had the Melazines dealing with a giant ancient conch. There's a gap between magical spells. Petrichor is a strange name. It means golem in the ancient language. Petrichor is, in our language, the smell of, like, loamy earth after a rainstorm. When you go outside, the smell of earth after rain is petrichor. And this, it means a golem in the ancient language. Even though it's just a rundown fishing village now, I sense a mysterious energy lingering there. Poisson? Pulling me towards it. The island is far away from Fontaine's waters, and perhaps that's why it's been neglected for so long. If I manage to discover the fated castle of legend there, I may find answers to the many questions that vex me. I was a teacher for 7 years. It's what I do. That's where my brain goes. My brain goes towards the educational, towards the explanatory. I cannot help it. Okay. Golden birds shedding. Oh, it's just a... Okay. But now the question is... Oh. switch to a small character. Have an easier time. Salvation is meaningless if only a few can be saved. Were these words to be spoken by one of noble character, that would be all. When the issues of cost and efficiency cannot be resolved, allowing the few to be saved is the best choice. The underwater shelter is undoubtedly a technological success, but even if the ignore cost issues, it's still a stopgap measure. The Archeum project has greater potential, but the forging can realize a fragment of its potential. Experimentally proven fact. Another project criticized for being purely ornamental. It cannot save the Fontaine people. Oh, god dang, look at this. Okay. A second luxurious chest. And a precious chest with a drained conch cup. Alright. Pile of cash. I'm down. Alright. I have all these mysterious conches, which have to be building towards something. And 3 drained conch cups, which again have to be building towards something. And the Holy Blade of Narcissenkreuz. We know the Narcissenkreuz adventure is going to end in the next one. I wish there was a way we could organize or store some of these away, because a lot of these just don't seem important. I don't know. Let's check out. Ready? Genshin. How many drained conch cups are there? There are 3, so we have all 3 of them. Awesome. You get one from Narcissenkreuz Ordo. There's no known usage as of 4.1. Never mind. Okay. You know what? That's good to know. There's no way to use this. A bummer, to be sure. Alright, let's delete these.
Everyone hold hands.
Alright. So all I have left are these 2. So let's start out with Neuvillette's story.
It's been a while since we last saw Neuvillette. Paimon wonders what he's been up to. Paimon has so many questions about his true identity. Let's go talk to him and find out.
Into the Palais Marmonia. Maison Gaston. Whee!
Wait, did I hear that right? Monsieur Neuvillette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards.
Neuvillette! Sidine! Hey there! What are you two talking about?
Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own. This is completely unprecedented.
No,
How
never.
can we have the Udex acting like a private detective? Hmm?
I can introduce you to some
I
amazing
trust that you'd be able to
detectives.
work that out with how well connected you are, but I must apologize. I do not plan on relying on anyone else's help for this matter.
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate personally.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
I have
There
no
was
idea
one
why
other
you're
thing
so
I thought
hung
about.
up over
and
this.
I'll show it after this cutscene's over.
I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you
Give me 1
insist,
second, since it's...
I have no objections.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. I would appreciate it if you could take it to Lady Farina. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for reporting to her.
Yes, understood. I'll come back later and deliver the note to her.
Judging from Sadine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally. What's so special about this case?
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
Care to explain?
Come on, stop being so secretive! We still have no idea what's going on!
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts. Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, I became the Udex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms. There were
I'm
few
going to
people
play
I
as
could trust,
Neuvillette.
but
I
had
must act
two
like Neuvillette
subordinates
and
who were
have
exceptionally
A
trustworthy
beautiful
and
glass
capable.
of water at the
Carol,
ready.
a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you!
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them. The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol
Fancy
taking her
Boys.
own life, and Vautrin being
Aw.
exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines.
Seems like they're using Melusines against you.
All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society. I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing
How
against
dare
the
they.
opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once.
Even so, there's the guards, the Marechaussee Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Based on prior experience, there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not belong to the same department. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex and involves the interests of multiple different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of...
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities
Well, I mean,
and how I
because he's a
perceive
dragon.
myself.
Yeah, how dare... The
You know
Melusines are
very
adorable.
well about my true
I spent
identity,
hours
and
on
have
that
even met
Melusine side
others of my
quest,
kind in
and
other
loved it.
nations.
The Melusines are the best. The Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental difference between dragons and humans. Taking on the role of Chief Justice does not make me a part of this community. In fact, the status I was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider.
In the
fish
4.2
out of
trailer we
water.
just saw, they said, I hope you've enjoyed the role you've played these last 500 years to Neuvillette. Neuvillette's huge, very involved in the upcoming story event. Could the previous Hydro Archon have maybe... I still think she's somehow behind a lot of this. Put him in charge to judge the gods, because that's why it said that he is there. So maybe set him up to torture or kill Farina. But he wouldn't do it because he knows...
Yeah, we have
Curious.
nothing to do with all those organizations. Let's team up.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around, I'm sure it will go a lot smoother.
Oh, Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed.
I will write my note of absence right away.
Writes a note to Farina and
Let
sets
us
it on
go.
the desk.
We should visit Kiara first and try...
Yes, sir. Archon Daddy.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but Paimon feels like he has a kind of...
The remains of the past day.
Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider using the more accurate term in private occasions.
Neuvillette's note. Away for personal reasons. We'll be back in a day.
Please allow me to rephrase. Has a dragon out of water?
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
Oh, I hope the Chief Justice returns soon.
All right. Sorry, Klee. We're gonna swap to Hydro Daddy for now. See, he's one of the ones I went in for the thing because I fell in love with Neuvillette's design. He's one of the few characters who I have his signature weapon for. And it was not worth it. I mean, he's awesome, but just paying for a signature weapon is never worth it, in my opinion. You know what? But this is something I thought of after I was done streaming yesterday and watching the trailer. Reed. I did this whole Melazine. You lost both of his 50-50s. Oh. That's the worst. So I went here. Yeah, when I was doing his 50-50, I failed the first one and got LG of the end, so I put that on Venti. Looks great, not what I wanted. And then I failed the second one, and I put it on Razor. Where's Razor? Wolf's Gravestone. Which looks awesome. It looks so cool. I know a lot of people have it on Diluc. I think it looks great on Razor. And it's called a Wolf's Gravestone. Used by the Wolf Knight. Come on. So I was thinking about how in all the trailers, this is the end. This was the culmination of one of the Melazine's side quests. Oh yeah, they're both cool weapons. And I'm glad I got two really cool 5-star weapons that I didn't have before. I got 3 brand new weapons that I never had, which only helps out my archive.
Melazines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine.
So I was...
Be sure to befriend them.
Yes.
And cause them no harm.
Take a look at that sky. This is where supposedly a bunch of creatures that we now know are the wolves. I'm blanking on the name of them. Living beings. The Abyss. These. The Rift Hounds. They came up and these Rift Hounds attacked Conria and Remuria. And I mean, look at that sky and tell me that does not look exactly like the whale, the hole the whale makes in the 4.2 trailer. So I think that's... I don't necessarily think that's a sign of the abyss. I think it's going to tie in with the whole... Oh, he's drinking from his cup. So I don't necessarily think it has something to do with the abyss. I think it has to do with the whole idea that the sky of Teyvat is fake. So we saw it here, where the Rift Hounds came out. And it also... I don't know if it's still there. Is it still here? Tanigi Hollow? I fixed
Cannot
it, so I
help
don't know
but
if it's
feel
still...
that you bringing me here is some sort of an assassination attempt.
Bringing you to the desert? There was one over here in the original, but I've taken care of it. And it had that same purple cracked look. I don't know if there's still... There was also one inside here. I don't know if it's gone, though. Okay, it is gone, because I did fix it. Ah, well. Yes, but over this was also that same purple crack. So we know this purple crack was the abyss trying to push its way through. So I think there was an opening there, and it had that same like broken
Beauty
glass
of
imagery.
Bright sunlight is best appreciated from the indoors through a window.
I think it might be the sky is fake. It's just something from the outside. So whether it's Celestia or the Abyss, it's literally whatever is outside to that forcing its way through.
Just
The weather's amazing today.
Kiara,
Monsieur Neuvillette! And oh, I remember! You're the Traveler and Paimon! Aww, she's adorable! Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right! I remember now. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger.
God, they're the best.
But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
I originally thought they were
run into any
weird cat
suspicious-looking
people, and when I
people
found out they were
recently?
technically like sea slug people,
Suspicious-looking people?
it's just
What
so
counts
silly.
as suspicious?
Someone who follows you from behind.
Ah! Did you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like...
Do you still have the letter with you?
Oh, let's see. Found...
Now then, get lost. If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Yes, Starbucks mermaids.
A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intentions.
Are they concealing their identity?
We can't
on
rule out
purpose?
that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mermonia to review some of... Kiara, you should come with us.
Sure! Wait, no. I still have a case to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on her place later.
But you are being watched right now.
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara, and with us around, anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can forget. Thank you, Traveler. Big sis Paimon.
Aww. Paimon.
All right, let us go up.
We'll take her to a lost place right away. So, Kiara, how old are you? Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember.
So there was someone over here.
But
Just in
I
case.
remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and NEUVILLETE. That must have been a long time
We
ago.
know it was like 400 years ago.
Carol? Didn't NEUVILLETE mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago. Why would Paimon be a big sister to you? My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than me, so you're a big sis. Huh. Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
There's that one. Music? I did. Paimon sus. Paimon might be ancient. Paimon it might be an ancient god of time in disguise, or...
Paimon felt like someone was following us.
Like, I've heard all the theories, or many of the theories, that Paimon is ancient.
Kiara,
and I mean,
you're
the
here.
fact that Paimon is named after Paimon, a
aren't these
demon
two-
god, the same way Baal,
They're the Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
I
Glor,
thought so.
Folklores.
What brings you here?
We're on a secret
All
mission.
right. Guess I shouldn't have asked.
May I begin inspecting the stores?
Of course.
So there's obviously more to Paimon. I've heard that, like, oh, Paimon is maybe related to the lost god of time. Paimon is one of the 4 children of the primordial one. A lot of weird
hazards
theories.
detected.
I'm down for all
You've
of them.
cleared the inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here. That was quick. I took a look around the shop. Neuvillete says that us Melazines have special things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see the residual stains.
All right. Now that you're done, hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for
Of course!
Please wait a moment while I take your measure.
Seems like they get along really well, huh? What are you looking at?
I think
Is
someone
there
might be
really
over there.
someone watching us? Shh!
Sneaking. Haha! Oh, Charlotte.
Strange. Why isn't he?
Gotcha! Ah! Charlotte, what are you doing? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara the
Threat letter? What? This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only wanted to follow Monsieur Neuvillete and request an interview with him.
I do think Charlotte has a
wanna interview
great
him?
design.
That's right.
Steampunk
I'm not the
reporter,
only
it
one,
fits
you
so
know.
well. Just, I
Interviewing
love the
him is
vibe.
every journalist's dream. But it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia rarely accepts appointment requests from us, and we never have the chance to interrupt when the court's in session. So imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think? Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent
love
of all
Charlotte.
parties involved.
I love that they introduced her in a 3 point, what it was, like the 3.7 or 3.8 event. It was really cool.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation.
I see. Well, if you say so. In exchange, could you tell me...
All right, then.
One of the Melazine has been threatened.
What? Someone's targeting a cute little melon. It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue. I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows? But I gotta warn you, even if I keep...
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvillete's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides, anyway, I'll get...
Yeah.
Well, that was a nice chat.
I don't think... I think Charlotte might cameo, but I can't see Charlotte playing a big role in the 4.2 story. I think Navia will. Arlecchino has to. Neuvillette looks like he's going to be, and Neuvillette and Furina look like they're going to be the stars of that. I think based off the 4.2 trailer, early on we're going to see Poisson come in danger of the primordial waters, and maybe Arlecchino will save her. And I think the execution of Furina, or maybe the public opinion turning against Furina, is going to be the machinations of Arlecchino. But we know from Neuvillette that she's been trying to find a way to save this city for 500 years. And it's what she works on whenever she's not in court. But I'm so curious, are we going to see him... Next week's going to be insane. Like, are we... The big question, do you think we're going to see Neuvillette in his dragon form? I wouldn't be shocked if we see it in a cut. I like it's never going to be playable or like a boss fight or anything, but I wouldn't be shocked if we see it in a cutscene. Or maybe like one of like the special 2D animated cutscenes that we get every now and then that are always beautiful. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. Oh, Cloranda's here.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
You hear he's going to get his power. I've heard the rumor that he's going to get the Gnosis, and that's...
It's very pretty indeed.
The Gnosis is the authority of a dragon sovereign.
Here? It seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
I don't know how Cloranda and RIZZLY, if they are going to get involved,
I heard that Neuvillette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. It didn't feel right to have my employer personally take on such trivial case. I happen to have some time at the moment and came to take a look. I also can't wait to play as Cloranda. I sometimes have my clothes custom made at this boutique, in any case, so we always have a lot to talk about.
Musketeer duelist style is so cool.
Like
leave this to me. You should go meet up with Neuvillette.
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands.
Yeah, so I could definitely see Neuvillette reclaiming the Gnosis and driving back the waters. But we saw him in the rain, which we know is what happens when he's crying, saying that Focalors was a manipulative one or a tricky one. So maybe it's like she figured out what was going on and tricked him into reclaiming the Gnosis in order to turn back the tides or something along those lines. And I'm not really sure if we're going to see Clorinde and RIZZLY. How and if they're going to... I feel like their part of the story has passed, really. I feel like if it does involve the oh no, wait, but then again, we still have that giant arc underneath the fortress, right? The giant arc that RIZZLY is going to use to protect the people from the flood. That might come in handy. He might be able, like, he might save all the people in the fortress, and they'll be what's left for now until...
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
I got a pitch, so we'll wait till after this cutscene and I'll throw her at you. Tell me what you think.
She offered to help us.
That is good to hear. I trust her abilities.
We thought so too.
I've been looking over the case records, specifically inspection reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I've judged over the past decade. I've come up with two plans. On one hand, I could start with Kiara and track down the group behind all this. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases and confirm my suspicions if there is indeed a mysterious group that bears a grudge against me.
They both sound like pretty solid plans, but can you really finish browsing through all these documents? That's a lot of
I mean, there were
reading.
some really cool shots. I think the most
Don't
intimidating
worry.
shot
I'm a fast reader when
was
it
seeing
comes
the
to official
entire
documents.
court
After all, I have several
underwater
hundred
and
years.
seeing the center of the court of Fontaine underwater. I felt like that. Very
Thank
simple
you.
shot.
I
They
will
were each less than a second. Right? Seeing the there was one shot of the opera epic clays completely submerged. And then there was one of right here of the center of the court of Fontaine City with that giant rotating disc, the orrery, all completely submerged from underwater. And I think what would be cool, what might be insane, is if we get to do that as a playable level. Like, if we get to play and swim through the city of Fontaine, I think that would be insane. So the whole thing is, in the trailer, Farina admits that no matter what, the prophecy is correct. The prophecy is going to happen. Everyone is going to die. And she will be left crying on her throne. But what if the thing Farina has been planning for has not been stopping the prophecy, but undoing it? So we know people are all going to disappear in the floodwater. What if the thing that Farina is planning, and maybe she needs Hydro, Dragon, Sovereign, NEUVILLETE to help with, is reversing it and bringing the people back? And I feel like that would tie in really well with the 4.0,
Water
the
comes
court
in
case
many
of
flavors
Vacher,
to the
who
discerning
was killing
palate.
all the people to bring
Mondstadt's
his
water is
wife back.
crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth.
Not now. Yeah, I think she will, but I think the whole thing is she realized that maybe through the machinations of Skirk or Egeria, the previous Hydro Archon, she knows she can't stop the prophecy, but maybe she knows how to undo it. And she might be a little useless at the moment, but I think that, again, a line we get from NEUVILLETE in the trailer is, "You've never been as superficial as you pretended to be." I think she's going to try and find a way to undo the Primordial Sea. I think maybe she needs you to defeat the whale and NEUVILLETE to regain his power, and using that, whatever that is, she's going to maybe use Vacher's research to bring back everyone who was dissolved. And if she does that, she will have let the prophecy come to pass, but solved it. Using not her Hydro Archon powers, but using her brain. And that would tie in, I think, really well with Vacher's motivations in Act 1, and I think that would tie in thematically very well.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Okay, about the bribery case. Let's see what we got. There have been several bribery scandals within the guards. The Special Security Surveillance Patrol has investigated all cases. Suspects involved have been arrested. The suspects have confessed to their crimes. The RIZZLY. The defendant, I try. RIZZLY'S been exiled to the fortress where he'll be serving his sentence. During the trial, NEUVILLETE remained silent for a long time. About the Representative Council's proposal. The Representative Council has filed a request to collaborate with the Maréchaussée Fantôme. Based on research, they believe Melusines can enhance the popularity of these events. The Maréchaussée Fantôme has yet to respond, however, they have not prohibited the Melusine from participating in such activities. Suspicious. Right, because that would tie in with why everyone thinks she is useless. Because she doesn't have the Gnosis, because I think it's still inside the Oratrice. With the mind of the previous Hydro Archon. About the smuggling case. The smuggling case was solved by the joint force of the guards and the Maréchaussée Fantôme. The principal offenders have received judgment based on the severity of their crimes. Please refer to the appendix for the list of names. My big question is, how is Spina Dorsula? Oh, maybe they'll, just like RIZZLY is going to use his underground.
Settle down.
Oh, drop my rope. His underground arc to save lives. Maybe the people of Poisson are going to use the giant ship, the headquarters of the Spina Dorsula, to rescue the people of Poisson. That could be really cool. Callus, the boss of Spina Dorsula, was defeated in a duel and died of serious injuries. The defense of his honor has now come to a close. The defendant did not raise any objections throughout the trial. Eunuch's NEUVILLETE reserved judgment. The details are still under investigation, which we saw all of that in Act 1. Or in Chapter 1 of... No, Act 1 of Chapter 4. Yeah.
Have you made any progress?
We skipped through some of them, but there's so many documents lying around.
I would love to answer that question, but the truth is I've never made a precise calculation myself. If memory serves me right, there should be at least 100,000 cases.
Damn!
The documents you see are just a small fraction of what's really there.
Whoa, that's a lot. Looks like the work of a Chief Justice isn't easy at all.
So he's been the Chief Justice for 400 years. Oh. So let's think about this. Be 250 cases a year. That's almost a case a day, right?
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but
But he gets
trials and
weekends
official
off.
duties are, to me, simply routine. There are many documents here. Take a break if you are tired.
You read Paimon's mind.
And if he was working for the full 500 years,
All right, let us take a break then.
then that would be 200 cases a year. All right, we'll just sit quietly on this couch awkwardly. You're not very good at entertaining, are you, NEUVILLETE? Enjoy the music and the awkward silence. I'm going to step out just for 1 second, take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right, awkward NEUVILLETE.
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about something? All this silence is making Paimon feel really awkward.
Thank you, Paimon.
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Mermonia for matters outside of work. Would you like to have some drinks, perhaps? You must be thirsty after all that work.
Cheers. Let me top this off. Cheers.
Ooh, drinks! Thank you! wonders what Neuvillete likes to drink. Oh, maybe he's a fan of really fancy wine. He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. You know, like Dilu.
He's a water drinker.
What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
Hydro.
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
So it's just plain old...
What did you think it was?
Since you're the chief...
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it... I believe you've already tried Fanta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine, including those that specialize in packaging pure drinking water. Said water is sourced from all across Tevat, including Mondstadt's Cider Lake, Liyue's Chintsa Village, and Inazuma's Konda Village. Here is one of their latest products, water from Sumeru's Apam Woods.
Is there any difference?
If I were to comment on their mouthfeel, the waters of Cider Lake warm the heart. The waters of Chintsa Village have a poignant touch, while one might call the waters of Konda Village placid. Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really? Let Paimon try!
Yep, that tastes like water, all right.
What do you think? How regrettable.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro
Yeah, it could be the
we
case.
are allowed to bring that up. Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro Dragon...
Yes, thank you.
Why would you become Chief Justice? Sorry. Paimon was just curious.
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my... I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Questions? Are there really things you can't figure out?
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence. In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly. Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all of Tevat. Abruptly visiting could very well pose an unpredictable risk.
True. Some of them have very unique personalities, too.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions for a long time. But there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea. My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself.
Have you made any progress?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat.
Are we gonna continue reading?
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents.
Water? Do you mean...
The Fountain of Lucine.
That's right. The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines again, perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by... Perhaps we should go.
I mean, if you had a spy capable of analyzing the water with the hydro element, I don't think I had any more, but it's 300, so there could be another one. Hello.
The banquet must go on.
I should have switched to my explorer team. I could have had Carrara shoot up this wall and flown higher as Wanderer.
The wind rises.
Have I never been up here? Oh my god. I've never been up here.
I see everything. Hey! Make yourselves at home.
For Rex Lapis!
Bow your head.
I see everything.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
No touching.
Good. Alright, this should be... Ooh, there's a thing up there.
Settle down. Huh.
You...
Take them. I have no need.
100% all around the board, baby. Fontaine is at 100%. We still got more stuff, including another chest. I know that you're as close to 100% as you can get. But I know even with 100%, there's usually one or two chests left over.
Everyone hold hands.
Illusion shut.
Access denied.
I see everything. Yeah. Yeah.
There is no escape.
Hey, bud. There's multiple sub-detection units, but I never came up here as part of my... There's another one over there. Hunt for the little bugs. I just can't believe there's just an entire section of the map that I just never explored at all. Just never bothered. Alright, once all these are activated, I can hit the switch. Right, what if I... There we go.
Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
I've definitely been over here before. I guess I just never went this direction. That's so strange.
We're waiting.
Everyone hold hands. Share my knowledge.
Illusion shattered.
All hail! Born of ice and frost.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Silence!
Abandoned property belongs to whoever finds it first. So, it's legally yours now.
Okay. Excuse me, Neuvillette.
Ta-da!
Please appreciate
Ye
my
suit the
sincerity.
cold hand?
Please hold.
Oh, it's a boss.
There is no...
Blazing delight! Jumpy, jumpy, go!
Please let
I
me
see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Pardon me. Access denied.
Forgive my prior inconsideration.
Woo! Apologies.
Dang, she does not mess around. Okay. Let's do a good defense. Let's drop a Delicious Adeptus. Kind of wish I had a healer or a shielder with me. We'll just do that for now.
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
No touching.
Hey, pardon me!
Boing, boing, boom!
Forgive my discourtesy. Please hold for just a moment.
Next on the agenda. This is long overdue.
Consideration.
Everyone hold hands.
There is no escape.
The Temple of Wisdom. Dumpy, dumpy, go! Pew!
You're less than half.
Gout.
I see everything.
Shine down.
Born of ice and frost.
Please remain seated.
Access denied.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Sharing my knowledge.
Hey, the banquet must go on.
All hail.
Blazing delight. La la la.
Shoot everything at once.
Dumpy, dumpy, go! Da da da. Woo, woo.
Please hold for just a moment.
Next on the agenda.
Forgive my prior inconsideration.
Almost there. Almost
Illusion
there.
shattered.
I missed one of the special boss enemies. Not as bad as Ninian and Vivienne. Yasut. Alright, I killed one of the special bosses, I guess. Alright, 5 seconds. That means there's no Hydroculus left in any of the region. Klee strong. Klee is the best. I get that Klee is a clunky, awkward character to play. There are so many better pyro options. I love Klee's playstyle. It's so much fun. So much so that I got a really cool Klee statue and Dodoko at Comic-Con this year. Up top, really cool Klee and Dodoko right there. Alright. Yeah. Because when I originally started, Klee was one of my first 5 stars, so I decided I was going to be a Klee main. I was a main for Klee, very odd, Klee and Ning Wong were my 2 mains. So Klee was my damage, and Ning Wong was my shielder, and I'd used Noelle as a healer for a little bit.
He's
bombs.
Which was weird.
So heavy.
Okay. Where did we leave off? Here.
Monsieur Neuvillette? I probably shouldn't disturb them. I wonder what's going...
Everyone's making a big deal about NEUVILLETE being here.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
Yeah, I mean, Klee's lovable.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Should I drink more
Perhaps
primordial
leave the
seawater?
investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and keep a safe distance.
Yeah. Look here, it's just a really cool figure with Klee and a bunch of Jumpty Dumpties. Mihoyo, Genshin, and Mihoyo as a whole. Oh, thank you very much. Follow. I appreciate that. Mihoyo as a whole had 2 gigantic booths at New York Comic Con this year. They had a giant Genshin booth, which was all Fontaine, including really cool, they had a tunnel that was TVs on the floor and TVs on the wall. And it was all the underwater settings of Fontaine. So there were fish that would swim along the walls, then go underneath you on the floors, then up the other wall. It was really cool, really beautiful. And it had a very Fontaine setting. They had cosplayers of Arlecchino, Linny, Lynette, and Neuvillette. They also had someone dressed as Zhongli playing, I forget the name of the instrument, but it's the Chi-Chi song, da na 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 na, that plays in Liyue. But they also had like a lot of music playing from Fontaine, very cool. And then they also had a Honkai Star Rail. They had the giant astral train. And a lot of Honkai. I played a little bit of Honkai, and I know I got to get back into it. I really enjoyed what I played. All right, please leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back.
A safe distance? Neuvillette, what exactly are you...
Ooh, dang. All right, boss.
Oh, it's glowing!
I like how there are coins in the fountain. What just happened? Yeah, Klee mains gotta unite. Klee mains are the best. Oh, we're in the past, aren't we? This is a flashback. Ever-surging memories. So yeah, and I like that on the Klee statue, obviously there's no way for you to know this, but it's actual, like, grass. It's like turf and fuzz all along the bottom. It's like a really well-made statue. It's really cool. There's no coins here. Oh, wait a second. Where's the courthouse? Has the courthouse... It should be right there. Has the courthouse not been built yet? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette. The court of Fontaine is truly incredible.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Maréchaussée Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know, but I'm really glad to be of help. Not only can I I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more meaningful.
But a meaningful life also comes with its risk.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose of my existence. For almost 20 years, we've stayed in our village without finding any answers.
Yeah? Oh, man.
That's why we wanted to leave our village and look for the meaning of our existence elsewhere.
I'll admit, a lot of the story quests
I
hit
understand your
home.
confusion. In fact, I feel the same way. I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you tell us what we should do to fit? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head.
Oh?
And I tried really hard not to cry.
Logically speaking, both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless obstacles to overcome. Different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier between one another. Removing it will be no easy feat. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Oh, I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any trouble, I suggest that you inform Vautrin, the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Huh? Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any concerns?
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future.
Oh, man. Who could ever be prejudiced against the Melusine? They're adorable. It's literally a walk down memory lane. Padrico.
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello. I'm Carol. A Melusine. Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the guard.
Please, calm down.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized?
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't believe NEUVILLETE allowed them into the court of Fontaine just like that.
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating cases as well. I swear, there's some hidden agenda at play here.
Go away! Quit acting innocent!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him. We joined the Maréchaussée Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything wrong.
Solving cases? With NEUVILLETE in cahoots with you? You could have fabricated it all, and no one would know. So tell me, how can you guarantee that you Melusine?
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the Maréchaussée Phantom, the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has every right to subject you to interrogation. There have indeed been an increase in cases recently, perhaps due to the shifting currents of conspiracy. And I understand your
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their side.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah, I don't understand. What?
There have been rumors saying that you were born from calamity.
No, they were born
and
from
that
a
you inherently
dragon.
bring danger to those around you. There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine. It's near impossible for you to become a part of this society.
Monsieur NEUVILLETE said that we needed to put both time and effort in. I don't know how long it'll take, but I can at least try making my best effort. I still want to try a little harder. Okay, I won't be taking any more of your time. I painted a lot of flyers last night.
Give them to me. We'll hand them out together.
Oh, okay, you're all right, Vautran. I was a little worried about you. All I can say is I'm glad those other people are dead. That's Vautran, Carol, and Neuvillette. Did it loop around somehow? That's weird.
What's this?
Medals of Peace, awarded to you and thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5 years. You've taken one small step forward in helping Melusines gain the trust of humans.
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. We wouldn't have made it this. It won't be long before Melusines begin living.
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the surface. There's still a long way to...
You blockhead!
Vautran brings up a good point. The trust humans have placed in you is still very fragile. Any small incident could undermine the whole. Please be on your guard.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Something bad happened.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our powers combined.
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personal. There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere. Unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, Neuvillette will be left with no...
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have come to this.
Turn the murderer in!
Oh no!
Melusines can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette too!
Suavegoth is her name?
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back!
Oh. Yeah, humans suck.
The results of the investigation are in, Captain Vautran.
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates that the ones controlling the situation are supporters of the old regime, whose interests have been undermined by the reform. They tricked Miss Carol into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. After that, they incited panic among the people in order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to it. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time. Miss Carol...
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth?
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Miss Carol...
That is indeed.
Captain Vautran, should I present these results?
There's no need. Notify the guards to restrict public access.
Restrict access?
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young. She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind, always believing the best of people. People like her are the most vulnerable to deception and betrayal. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others. I kept a cold demeanor and tried lecturing her into giving up.
Looks like she was unfazed by...
Yes. In fact, some of her spirit must have rubbed off on me instead. I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. They even avoided causing trouble for me. They were after Carol. Can you understand how I feel? Right now, there's only one thought on my mind.
Do it. Kill them all.
Only through bloodshed.
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette...
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. I will take responsibility for everything.
Damn, Votron. All right. Badass. He's going John Wick on all their asses. But he absolutely got caught killing them, and he got, oh. Yeah.
Did you know? They're hearing a major case today, and the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the Special Security. Apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol and settled the score with the group that framed his friend.
I'm thinking we should try our best to bail him out when the trial commences.
Bail him out?
Shh, keep it down. Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are NEUVILLETE's most trusted subordinates. After everything that besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, NEUVILLETE's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion, NEUVILLETE will be able to give Vautrin a reprieve.
A raucous commotion gradually begins to rise.
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. This represents the justice he upholds. Please think about it. If the same thing had happened to you, wouldn't you feel the same way he did? Yeah, that's right!
This whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol. How could Vautrin be declared guilty for seeking revenge?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent! He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. Vautrin, your revenge could be seen as a form of justice. I understand your decision, which is why I cannot help but feel regret in it. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law. To execute your plan for revenge, therefore, you will be declared—
What?
That can't be! Monsieur Neuvillette, please—
Vautrin, my friend, is there anything else you want to—
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you see? Is this what justice means to you? Answer me, Neuvillette!
Order. Since there have been no further objections, the oratrice— According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale—
Yeah. Yeah.
Goodbye, Monsieur.
This all happened because of Carol's naive idea.
How can different species peacefully coexist at—
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Apologies, it seems like my memories got the better of me. I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but—
Damn, that
it
was—
seems like it still caused the
Poor
emotions
Neuvillette.
within the fountain due to my negligence. The overflow of emotion—
Wow. The Hydro Dragon is more powerful than Paimon thought. Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only heard voices from—
It is as you said. This might be because I am different. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes, and even the rain.
That sounds awesome!
But I rarely
Probably
ever do
incredibly
anything like
overpowering,
this.
though.
Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind occupied with irrelevant memories isn't exactly a pleasant experience.
The memories I saw were related to you.
Which ones?
From when you brought Carol to the court and declared Vautrin guilty.
It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately hiding them. It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good— You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These two cases are much too similar.
Paimon's starting to lose track of what you're saying. Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants to help too.
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I discovered something strange. I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems
So
like
maybe
there
it
won't
doesn't
be a
have to do
shortcut
with
to
him
finding
directly?
the organization.
Oh! Didn't we—
You've read about it.
We did.
In that case, there is—
Huh? What are you doing here?
Navia!
I was
T-Swift!
just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see you again. Is there something we can help with?
I've heard some things, but I'm not purposely asking around. Rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines, and that you're investigating the case.
So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe you'll find the suspects among them.
Hope they make her into a support. I was not in the very first, during the 4.0 launch announcement trailer when they showed everything off for the very first time. The characters that sold me were Clarande, Neuvillette, and Farina. And I liked Navia's design, but that was about where it started and ended. Her in 4.1, I love Navia. She was such a great character. She was so much fun. I cannot wait for Navia. We know she's a Geo, and I think the rumors were Geo Claymore, right? Yeah, no one's gonna pull a Geo DPS. Geo is hard support. What I hope they do when they release her is I hope they do a little rebalance with a lot of the Geo. I hope they make, even if it's making, you don't have to add new reactions, even if you improve the Crystallize reaction and make Crystallize just a little bit better, or a little more relevant, or give Crystallize a little additional oomph, I feel like Geo would become a lot more relevant again. I mean, obviously, you're always got your Geo shielders. I still play Noelle from time to time, and I still do my Geo Daddy, and I still do Ning Wang, because I love Ning Wang. And if they were all a little more relevant with Crystallize, I feel like that would be very useful. I don't know how you would balance that, but if they did something like that with her, maybe she like does an attack based on whatever your Crystallize is or something along those lines. That could be really cool.
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you.
Yeah.
You talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across Fontaine.
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long, but the rumors still spread faster than I imagined.
I like how this quest ties in with Navia and Clarande and Charlotte. Cool.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think. Anyway, any progress with the investigation?
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case. We are planning to return to the Palais Marmonia.
All right, then I'll round up the Spina di Rosula. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Yes,
Neuvillette,
Mama.
do you think there'll be any problem?
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose to side with the old regime and direct their resentment towards the Melusine. I hope the same won't happen again. Let us head...
Poor Melusine.
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melusine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? That's it! Who's been threatening Melusine?
People are
Show
care
yourself!
about the Melusines now.
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily reveal themselves.
Herbier of the
No amount of
Steambird.
hiding will keep us.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. The guards have already think about how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit?
Everyone, please stay alert to your surroundings from now on. If you see any suspicious persons, report them to...
That makes me, yeah, times change. That makes me so happy. The
It feels
Melusine.
like you've been following me this whole time. Did something
Oh,
happen?
they're looking after their Melusine buddy.
We were informed that. Nope. We just finished our shifts.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop together?
This isn't a good time to be out and about. Come on. Don't act tough. I bet you're hungry.
All right. You shouldn't ever skip meals, especially if you have another shift scheduled for later.
They're all walking the Melusines.
I heard even Neuvillette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted.
Seriously? Were you planning to shirk your duties if...
Relax, I was just playing. We've worked together for years now. If something happened to them, I'd be haunted by regret for the rest of
The
my
babies.
life.
That's more like it.
I mean...
We should stand guard until the criminal has been caught.
Come and fight me instead, you coward! Have you heard? Even the special patrol... Shh! Look!
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is truly one.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary
it's
commotion.
so sweet. The babies need to be protected. The 500-year-old babies.
Let us stick to our plan and return to the Palais Mermonia.
What room? I've heard that the emblem on our hats didn't always look like that. A long time ago, Melazines weren't a part of the design. The emblem was redesigned later on to commemorate a Melazine's sacrifice.
That must have been a long time ago.
Their hats have the double mermaid Starbucks Melazine design because of Carol? Oh, that's so sad.
I must keep the Melazine.
I just can't sit back and...
That's so sweet. Alright, I'm at 99. So as soon as 4.2 launches, I'll be able to get 3 more levels. Yeah, it is sweet. I loved the Melazine storyline. Finding out the story of Alinus, the dragon, and investigating all that stuff. When I did that quest line, hold on. So my notes about it start here.
Bombs, so heavy.
This whole page is the beginning of that quest line. I mean, a lot of it's about other things, but like Narcissus, Aegis, the Narcissan Kreutz, all of that starts here. And Linus must be some kind of beast. But then we got to this. This was my notes in a single stream about the Book of Revealing, which like relates to the Revelations, the Looking Glass, the Neo-Humans, the Scarlet Quartz, the Melazines being aliens, but then realizing they were the children of Alinus, then realizing he was a dragon, and hearing about the Mother and the Golden Troop. It was insane. And then there's a whole second page. I went down the rabbit hole about this quest. Remuria, the reference to the 3 moons. Man. That the Breacher Primuses are the cells of Alinus that have mutated. Dude, the amount that I think the Narcissan Kreutz and the Melazine questlines are the most lore-dense and lore-insane quests we've had since maybe Enkanomiya is the only one that can rival it. No other quest in this game has had as insane lore as the Melazine questline. I mean, the fact that you, in the Melazine questline, travel to a different dimension and learn about the... Oh, yeah. I always like taking notes, helps me keep track of things. But the fact that you travel to a different dimension and learn that the Rift Hounds that we've been fighting for 2 years now were present and first appeared at Conria, and that was never mentioned before this, was insane, and it wasn't even part of the main quest. It was a side quest in the Melazine side quest. Yeah, the Representative Council one, right? Oh no, it was the smuggling one. That one.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Marechaussee Phantom. The list of involved suspects should...
What does it say?
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. They have been sent to the fortress of Merope. Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders, but who did not participate in the case, will not. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior.
So many names.
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case.
Yeah.
And he moves around without much restriction.
Yeah, if those people dissolve and turn into primordial seawater, I'm not gonna be sad.
Monsieur Neuvillette, someone claiming to be from the Spina Dorsula just checked. He said, and I quote,
As long as the Melusine are immune, because we know they can swim,
they're chatting at the cafe.
we're okay.
Huh?
But I guess we gotta save Navia
Just figured out the suspect's
and Silver and Melus, right?
I too am perplexed. The cafe isn't too far.
I was very sad during Linny and Lynette's story, so we should probably save them. Some of these guys were okay during this one incredibly long and boring case, the Justiniere case. So I probably don't want them to die. You know what? Who we need to save? The reason we need to save where was she? This one. In the Fortress of Meropide, right? That's it? Yeah. There was the quest with Caterpillar. Again, a side quest, but it was technically part of the Narcissenkreuz quest line. I can't remember her name. Lenore. That's her name. I want Earnshaw. There's a few open letters. Oh, this is all new. Dear Earnshaw, sorry for being unable to contact you for various reasons. I've moved to the fortress and have been living here for quite some time. Life isn't so bad, though. The Tussaid ragout isn't as good as it is back home. I have the company of any cute animals, but I have everything more precious in my life. Speaking of home, I might be able to return home soon. If the door is still open for me to return, please write me back. Even one sentence will do. Oh. You didn't write back. You sound great, Dad. Listen to me. Don't be mad. Why punish yourself for someone else's mistake? I'm the one at fault. My chronic illness has been flaring up. Nothing like being unwell to make you appreciate the joys of being in good health. Please tell me about Prince, Princess, and Hero. Are they doing okay? I look forward to your response. I was planning on sharing with you when we saw each other, but I decided to go ahead and tell you now. That precious thing I mentioned, her name is Lenore, and she's absolutely lovely. A little flower sprouting in the crack in the rock, determined to grow in the absence of sunlight or rain. There's Lenore. Alright. Yeah, so these two, I have to protect these two. Alright, let's jump off the edge. Who are those suspicious people?
Whoa. Check out all these are the people who have had recent dealings at the Marechaussee Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Cendre, but I sent for someone to invite them over.
Invite them over?
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here, and so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be guests of the Spina di Rosula.
The mob invites you for coffee, you don't say no.
I've wanted to have a meetup like this.
Something feels off.
Hey, thanks for talking to me, and thanks for following. I'll be around anytime you want to stop by. Have a good time.
But, oh well. Let's get back to business. Is there anyone?
Yes, that's me.
You're Essa?
Yes, monsieur Neuvillette.
Did you write that threatening letter?
I did, but I was just following
Orders from
Domenico. He was my boss.
Domenico? Where is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even... Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves.
You've done more than enough.
Leave the formalities for later. You should find... If he really is the one setting up the conspiracy...
All right, then. Let's head to the...
How dare he?
Boing, boing, boom! Pew!
Are we
Please escort the remaining guests back to the Fleuve Cendre.
Yes, boss.
Oh, the two in the back work for her. Okay. To the fortress of Meropide.
It's Monsieur Neuvillette.
Monglain, the
Am I
worst
seeing
employee
things?
here.
Welcome to the Fortress of Meropide, dear esteemed...
We're back! Oh, and a greeting from none other than the Duke himself!
This isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, showed up. Let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and cut right to the chase.
You tell Rizzly about the threat letter?
I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted to round up the other inmates and instigate a protest.
Who does this guy think he is?
He once attempted to, I said. To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator. The fact that the...
He's got the same concerns we do.
I'm concerned about this incident because something similar has occurred in the past. I wish to meet Domenico in person.
That's an easy one. Let me think.
Oh, did I hear someone say Melusine?
Seguin! I am excited for Seguin too.
Siegeween!
Seguin, sorry. Melusine and Kiara received the threatening letter.
And we're investigating. Really? Is Kiara gonna be okay?
There's no need to worry. Clarande is protecting her as...
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still... Is there anything you can do?
Ah, head nurse. Do you require...
RIZZLY?
Okay, I get it.
I'll think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord, not to formally transfer a criminal for trial. Thanks for the trouble.
Whoa. If Paimon were you here, Grace, Paimon would take this chance to ask for something really important.
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Domenico and bring him to you. Make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times, so I'm sure she has a lot.
Aww.
Please come with me to the infirmary. And watch your step. There's some pretty dark areas, so make sure you don't trip over anything.
Wait. That's the guy from the water quest, from the pure water. How's his sister? Well, it's good to know he ended up in prison. I wonder if his co-conspirators, like the assassin and the others, ended up here too.
La la la.
Alright, so for Fontaine, we still need Navia, we still need Clarande, and we still need Sijuin. I'm assuming Sijuin will be a 4-star. I'm assuming Clorande will be a 5-star because people are going to want to pull her. I have honestly no clue about Navia. I hope Navia will be a 5-star and isn't going to get added to the banner like Dia and Tanari. Although we don't really have any.
Just walk by. I'm.
Now that I think about it, I can leave this place soon. Huh? I'm Oriole, a member.
The Mutual Aid Network. I assume we're gonna get a character for the Lantern Festival. I've heard some rumors about a character who might appear, but again, they're just rumors.
Please rest here for a moment. Oh, and would anyone like anything to drink? Paimon's not that thirsty. Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that. I'll bring you some tea. Typical Sijuin. Concerned about everyone's health as always. Why aren't you two saying anything?
The criminals we passed by
You
earlier.
noticed them too. The badges they wore on their chests looked quite familiar.
I did not notice that.
But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
Paimon
That's
and I
not a
will go.
bad idea.
You're a little too noticeable.
I place great trust in RIZZLY, so I rarely visit the fortress of Meripede. However, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures.
The Mutual Aid Network.
La la la.
Hey, Gords.
Anything you need?
That badge you're wearing.
This? Are you interested in joining the Mutual Aid Network?
What's that?
We have a very long history, going back as far as 400 years ago. We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have much of a reputation, but everyone treats each other like family. Helping each other is our purpose. At the same time, we seek to maintain just dealings as much as possible.
Sounds like a pretty neat org.
All we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not especially powerful either. We're at a natural disadvantage, but people won't give us up.
Interested in joining the mutual? If you'd like to learn more, here's our.
Help each other. Do all you can to further justice. Do not detest the judgment. So there's two. Was this started by Vautran then, maybe? There are three. Those are the three principles. All are welcome to join. Membership is free. There are no compulsory group events. The aid network encourages members to do what they're able, including but not limited to cleaning, exercising, tutoring, and studying. It is hoped that the aid network members will, during their time in the fortress, face up to the crimes they've committed, encourage each other, support each other, and welcome the future
Our
together.
slogan may have evolved over the centuries, but here, this book is.
You two look It's the symbol of the Mutual Aid Network. From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those medals for myself, though. The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as he was, he never used his strength against anyone. He encouraged the weaker criminals to stick together and look out for each other.
Vautran.
All of us have a lot of respect for him.
We should have gathered enough information. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
Yes, Blanche. It's his sister. the bullet fruit. Let me swap to Raiden for a second. I'm gonna take it one more quick bio break, and then we're gonna power through this and try and also finish off RIZZLY'S. That's a little bit. So 5-hour stream.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Power through.
Did you manage to gather any?
The people who wore the badge, according to them, the badge's design was inspired by the Medal of Peace.
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire.
Oh, so the network was inspired. Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his...
All right.
Alright, there we go.
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman. Why don't you explain everything?
Neuvillette? What are you...
Calm down. Amir, was it your idea to send that letter to Hassan has already confessed.
That idiot!
Let me ask this another way. It was your... Who is pulling your strings?
What? You're not trying to freak...
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. The Chief Justice of Fontaine has been personally investigating your... I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meripede
I admit I acted on impulse.
I can do that.
You see, we're all...
I only intended to do some small business at first. Someone contacted me about delivering some goods and promised me a generous sum of... After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Maréchaussée Phantom. They accused me of smuggling prohibited... But I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully absolved from guilt, right? Well, I suspect that someone got me locked up here so they could get their hands on my goods.
And then you decided
wanted to take revenge on the Melusine?
Ignorance is not an excuse, by the way.
My initial target was NEUVILLETE. Everyone in the fortress of Meripede was declared guilty by him after all. So they must more or less hold a grudge against them, right? But for some reason, no one wanted to team up with me. That mutual aid network in particular. What did those nobodies even gain from trying to challenge? In the end, I had to redirect my focus onto Melusines to salvage. I recall that Kiara was the one who confiscated my goods for inspection. So I asked one of the more approachable guards to send a letter. But the letter was in fact addressed to Essa. I requested that he write a threat letter to Kiara and force her to resign.
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts?
No.
Is it true that all members involved in the smuggling?
Yes.
Sijween, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal. So,
Curious.
Monsieur NEUVILLETE, you were concerned that there might be a
Yes. I experienced a similar incident in the past, so I had to be prepared for any possibility.
And how long ago?
More than 400 years.
You might be overthinking this. Time can change a lot of things.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melusines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melusines, people wouldn't just sit back and do nothing.
Good.
I trust that they would make different choices.
That's right! We saw lots of people standing up for Melusines on our way back.
Monsieur NEUVILLETE, the Melusines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. How the public treats them is also reflective of their attitude towards you. When people refused to place their trust in Melusines, it was because they were still on the fence about you, their unfamiliar Chief Justice. For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment each time, regardless of whatever nonsense went. People no longer have any reservations about you, and even consider you a symbol of the law. Right now, your every decision
More
will
so
impact
than the
all of
Archon.
Fontaine. In other words, you've gradually transformed the whole nation.
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
Tragedies like that won't ever
I
happen
am
again.
undeserving of such high compliments. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. I'm simply fulfilling the promises I've made. It is unnecessary to hold me in such high regard. The complexity of human emotions and willpower far exceed those of mine.
There's no need to be so modest. You're no longer that outsider.
I must say that you've made a fair... Thank you for clearing my doubt.
Huh? You're leaving?
And so soon, too?
Thank you for the offer, but I know how this place works all too well. While some are here to redeem themselves, the less time I spend here, the better.
In that case, I'll have to insist.
Please, go ahead.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico.
And the guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Mamornia's staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business.
Well, that makes things a lot easier. Hey now, don't let your Those from up
You're not
there
gonna
have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thought... I'll have a chat with the guard and...
I see no issues.
Great! That's one thing
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity.
Yep. Neuvillette thought their badges...
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the Fortress of Meripede. I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial and was sentenced to imprisonment. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had never once engaged in physical... In other words, how he presented himself in prison was very different from his behavior in court.
What?
Doesn't he hate
During
Neuvillette?
his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated. He appeared to be full of resentment, and I believe he had every right to...
Perhaps he had been putting on an act.
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin must have known that the Chief Justice would make an impartial judgment. Thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present that you were upholding
He
justice.
did it on purpose to make the people turn to Neuvillette's side.
And
What
to
a
those who
good
had been
dude.
sitting on the fence, Vautrin's act was a very meaningful one. That's all from me. Does anyone else have anything to say? Now's your chance.
I don't have anything to... Well then, let us head back.
Thank Grizzly. I'll be back in a minute.
Please, take care.
Do we not get a cutscene? These quests usually come with cutscenes.
That trial is something I rarely bring up in conversation, but... I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice,
You're a cool
every
dude.
single one of your trials makes an impact on Fontaine. Hey, any comment?
What I really think is...
Yay! Sarah!
Every trial you've ever judged has left its impression on you. And that's what makes you who you are today.
As the Hydro Dragon Sovereign, NEUVILLETE still thinks of himself as an outsider. But so much time has passed since then, perhaps the line between him and humans have long since blurred.
That is indeed a reasonable assumption. As I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself. But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, I have begun to notice the changes that have occurred upon my person. These changes were not due to any specific occurrence, but emerged as a result of time itself. I will try to contemplate this further. Thank you both.
Not crying, I got a little misty. You're not an outsider anymore. They think of you as... Oh, cutscene! We do get a cutscene.
It's raining!
He's sad.
Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
He was depressed and sad.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Oh no! The story from Renee. Oh, the kids would run around yelling, Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
That's Seymour?
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
Siege Reed.
He owes me so many answers.
Oh man.
NEUVILLETE? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
His sadness is just overwhelming.
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur NEUVILLETE! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Oh, my heart! Yeah, that got me. That was a good cutscene. Oh, the hint of a smile. Oh, that reflection texture is beautiful. Oh, yeah, that got me.
Is the matter resolved?
Yep, we found the person who sent that
NEUVILLETE's
threatening
angels
letter.
right here.
Wisely said he'd keep a close eye
Blue,
on
red,
him,
and
so the
yellow.
Melusines should be safe now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you all into this.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our own accord.
By the way, where's Kiara?
At the Palais Marmonia, more than 50 people offered to protect her. Some even hid within the bushes to look out for danger. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel uneasy.
Well, now it looks like the dust had to celebrate this joyous occasion.
That's not how you...
I will consider it.
Real?
Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month. Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer them to the best of my...
Awesome. Big news, Charlotte.
Yes!
Now, if you'll excuse... I hope it will assuage the concerns of all...
Getting to know the people, letting the people get to know him. Oh, it's so good.
Oh, an exclusive interview. Am I dreaming? What should I ask him?
Don't let anything hold you back. Make the most of this opportunity and ask away.
I agree. He'll decline any question he can't answer anyway, so you might as well give all of them a shot.
Hey, everything's all.
Kiara? It's quite all right. I'm here to tell you that we have caught the sender of that threatening letter.
Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep.
Oh.
Thank you, monsieur. And thank
There
you,
you go.
too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
Do you remember Domenico?
Let me think. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. In my dream,
Oh.
she looked really happy. She held my hand and said, Kiara, our dream. I can't remember what our dreams were anymore. And
I can sense your joy.
Oh, I almost forgot. I promised to model for Ayla.
Of course.
See you next time, monsieur.
See you next time.
God, the Melusine are so sweet. The reply note, away for personal reasons, we'll be back in a day. Farina's reply, personal reasons? Oh me, oh my, has our Chief Justice finally come to his senses? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You should follow my example and go out more often. You need to get to know your people better. Even if something unfortunate happens, you'll still run into lots of unique characters along the way. What do you think? This human world isn't too bad, is it now?
I really can't fathom what goes on in her head some...
Do we think he's talking about Farina, who's being over the top, or... claim a key?
La la la.
I wonder if we'll ever get to see Farina's room. We know it's up there. Hey, it's royalty! And Ayun. What is the meaning of work? Hey there. I mean, this. I was about to say, I hope this entire case doesn't take place in the Fortress of Meripede. But it 100% will.
We once thought the Fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but looking back on it, it really wasn't that bad at all. You've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. It's really no surprise that many people don't even want to leave.
You're right.
Oh, you mean RIZZLY? He's definitely a pretty... Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually pretty... Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get... Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order.
Excuse me, did I hear someone?
Huh?
Excuse me, is someone...
Is someone stuck in a pipe?
Paimon
Or a
wasn't
crate?
dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But...
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you.
You're in... Why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass...
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Did someone strip you of your clothes?
That's terrible.
No, it was nothing.
Just your... Huh. Wait, Paimon gets it. Something must have happened to your hair.
There's no need to spell it out.
Sorry. So that's what happened. You just need your hat, right? We'll get it back to...
I think you may have misunderstood. It's a soft and brown. I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It's really important to...
Don't worry, we'll be...
Reborn in the land of grievances.
I'm really...
Paimon doesn't see anything here. Oh, let's go somewhere else. Just where is that thing? Oh, this is taking longer.
Hat.
Nothing in the water. Oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen anything that looks like a hat. Huh, that's a good idea. Why don't we check out the rag and bone shop? If memory serves, they got all kinds of stuff in there. Huh? How did you know what Paimon... Oh, this is big. Well,
Yo, anyone see a hat lying around?
La la la. Da da da. Paimon doesn't remember you being the boss.
I'm just standing in for Mr. Alvar while he's off restocking the shop. Now, just wait a sec. A blonde foreigner dressed all in white, accompanied by a glaze-covered flying chunk of gingerbread.
What?
Oh, you must be the legendary trap.
No. Well, you're half right. Paimon's the traveler's treasured companion, sure, but she's not so...
Sorry, I never thought I'd get the chance to see you with my own eyes. I hope you'll find it in your magnanimous hearts to forgive my discourtesy.
All right.
I'm just a nobody, after all.
Just a nobody, after all.
There's no...
Why, your heroic actions at Aeneas have long made their way to the Fortress of Meripede. We heard that you were personally received by His Grace when and you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced to you.
Because of him.
Well, I figure you'd appreciate honesty over flattery. After all, I also only joined up here because I'd heard Mr. Alvar was a... And no, I've only caught scant sight of His Grace since then. I mean, we've all got agendas, but right...
Oh, so now you're trying...
Well, I did mean it when I called you legends, and... Oh, enough of that. Is there something... No problem. Anything? Hey, feel free to check out anything you want.
Wait, but that's...
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of moral, life's been pretty good recently, so...
All right. Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want more?
discuss Pymonology later.
Pymonology.
Thank you so much.
No problem, and thank you.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good We've been gone a while. Paimon hopes that guy in the box hasn't passed out from lack of air. You can come out now.
You did? Oh!
Wait, so you're not actually...
I mean, I told you that there...
That's not my hat. It's just a hat.
Wait,
Well, we got you a new one. We tried really hard to...
I see! They...
Does it have some kind of sentiment?
Sorry, I can't explain at the moment. Time's tight
What's
as well,
wrong?
so I suppose...
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up over...
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Rizzly! It's been a...
Well, it's a slow day today, so I decided to go for a little... I'll say, I'm not at all surprised to find the two of you here.
It's what good adventurers do, after all.
Is that so? Maybe I should consider asking the Adventurers Guild. As I recall, these hats are very important to members of the Beret Society. Best you avoid misplacing. You might not have the same luck.
Understood. Thank you so much. Then I'll be off.
What a strange guy. Oh, and has he done
The
something
Beret
wrong?
Society.
When he saw you, it was as if...
Oh, not at all. In fact, members of the Beret Society are model prisoners. They work hard, and as for him, I'd guess he's just more of an introvert. It's not unusual for the more shy prisoners to freak out when I show up unannounced.
Classic.
Huh? Shy? There are prisoners who are...
Prisoners are still people, after all. There are as many crimes and motives as there are stars in the sky. The idea of the criminal as a selfish, heartless brute is just a stereotype. Such labels could never capture the complexity of even a single individual. What kind of a person a prisoner may be and why they've committed a crime, we'd never know these things if they don't share their story with us.
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway, it's all good as long as it makes sense to you.
So what's the Beret Society?
Although most of the societies here will just turn individual brawls into mass one, the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying to experiment with some novel and interesting things. If you have some time, why don't we grab something at the Coupon Cafeteria? And if you're still interested in the Berets after that, I can take you to their usual...
Paimon's not the biggest fan...
All right
Let's
then,
go.
please follow me.
Let's get the ketchup. Rizzmaster.
You got a side job for me? Sure thing.
Hey, what's up? How you doing today? Just trying to
Welcome,
finish
Your
off
Grace,
all
and
of
the Traveler.
Genshin before the new
Would you
update
like 3
comes out
orders
next
of
week.
today's welfare meal? Unfortunately, we weren't informed of your visit in advance.
I'll pass on the food then. What about...
Then Paimon will also pass.
What a pity. It would seem that none of us can
Then I must
How are you
beg your
doing
grace
today?
to find me some more ingredients, so I can come up. If you're not in the mood to eat, I can get you some drinks.
Yes, please? Huh.
It's not forever.
Oh, now that's...
2 bottles coming right.
Our first meeting took place on short notice, and we were both swamped by everything that happened after, so there was no time for more casual chit. I'm actually quite fond of stories, you know. Of course, the others have already told me a lot about your deeds in Fontaine.
Oh, that'd be quite the long story.
We fought tooth and nail for the sake of justice.
Impressive. Not all who possess the courage to risk their life for their ideals also have the strength. Had you not possessed these remarkable qualities, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to make your acquaintance in the first place.
Tired? Rest, relax. It's the weekend.
Paimon gets the sense that you're trying to flatter. That guy we talked to
Try and
earlier was
recover.
obviously trying to get us to put in a good word for him, but you're the Duke, right? Why would you need to get on our good side?
Well, after all, you did help the fortress and I maintain our autonomy. Is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration?
Projects for work or school? Yeah, mostly RPGs and action games. Some strategy.
So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a story to offer about myself.
Recently played through Spider-Man 2, new Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Not too, okay. Just work. That's good.
I was convicted and sent here at an early age. I only became the top dog after spending a long time figuring out its inner workings. Power and control come in many forms. Some fair and ethical, others less so. And since we're all sinners here, the victor calls the shots, no matter how they manage to get to the top. So, what do you think? Didn't put you much more at ease, now did it?
Kinda. You're really different from most of the people we've met so far.
I'm perfectly aware of that too, but even so, I would very much like to maintain friendly relations with you two.
That's how I feel as well. Oh.
Your Grace, after following your instructions, we were able to find a box of undeclared contraband in the latest shipment of cargo.
All good.
They were extremely well hidden, and we've confirmed that the senders have been using this method to smuggle goods for a while.
Got it. Leave the box here and contact me immediately if you make any—
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned something about contraband.
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the most ordinary hats. Now,
like
what
magic.
do we have here?
Like Whitney.
It's more or less what I expected.
Yeah, I'm on Insta and Twitter. Twitter.com/HollowAvarice, Instagram, HollowAvarice.
Whoa, this is certainly a box of curiosities. Mora, snacks, yarn, balls, ropes. Wait, if you've confiscated this entire box, then does that mean all of this belongs to you now?
Also HollowAvarice. Yep, on Discord.
Yep.
What? But that's just insane profit! Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well?
Let's get
It's only been a couple minutes since we agreed to continue friendly relations with each other, and you're already planning to overthrow me? Jokes aside, I didn't know you'd be so interested in this box. How about this then? You can pick anything
Same
you
as my
want from
username
me.
on here, HollowAvarice.
Consider it a gift from me.
Really? You'll let Paimon pick any? No take-backs. Paimon will have you know that she's got a real good eye for treasure.
I never joke about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants this one. This dark, sparkly...
Oh dear.
Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this gem anymore. Can Paimon pick something else instead?
You feeling
There's
unwell?
something weird about this gem. Paimon remembered a lot of bad things when she picked it up. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's as if the gem was just drawing
You
them
prefer the
out
Japanese
of Paimon's
VAs?
brain. It was super spooky.
There's some really solid VAs on the Japanese side. I will admit, they're amazing.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fun.
My constitution's a bit different.
Fair enough.
Up. So that was Carrie Bear. That was We will be reunited. We saw the thief. We saw the inverted statue.
Okay, you also saw something, right?
There you go. I relived some rather unforgettable
I'll take this
memories.
gem then and run a thorough investigation on its properties.
Thanks for the follow.
Paimon, feel free to pick something else.
Then, actually, never mind. Paimon's gonna pass. Paimon was thinking about one of the snacks, but who knows if it'll also make Paimon sick.
An astute
You
decision.
do have a point. Seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. Let's go check out this. I can introduce you, and we can also
Wait!
Just noticed? I wasn't exactly busy the...
Huh. Proud berets. Oh, they're right there.
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace.
Dougier.
All of us at the
Dougier.
Society have been waiting for your arrival.
He's a southern gentleman, it would seem.
Are these your two guests?
We have like a very conspicuous Cockney accent British man running the shop, and now a southern gentleman.
Mm-hmm. Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dougier, the head of the Beret Society.
Dougier.
The members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks
Very
here,
French
as well as a
name,
large variety
very
of
southern
books
accent.
and other
Foghorn
resources.
Leghorn up in here.
Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you would in the world above. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time. I remember that feeling all too well. But that's when the thought came to me. If we could help thus, it was with your help.
Oh, so you were also involved?
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow procedure. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, not everyone takes their sentence seriously. For some, this is just another place where they can eat, breathe, and sleep. But the Society is a great place for those who
So
wish
it's a
to
place
turn
for
things
redemption, but it's also a place for socialization, because a huge part of the downside of prison is the dehumanization and isolation.
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals.
That's huge.
Everyone can focus on rehabilitating our men. Our operations are entirely funded by members' donated goods and credit coupons.
Who knew you could find such a place in... Oh, right, and what's the...
There's nothing deep about it. I just felt like we needed some kind of visible identifier.
Like a gang.
If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then the hats would become a point of pride for them as well.
Like a gang.
And when we're together,
You're a
we
prison
will feel
gang,
a
I
sense
get
of
it.
community from seeing everyone's hats.
Like a gang.
Optimism, community, hard work, and a desire for a new life.
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen.
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal is I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please, wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around, too, if you want to learn more about us.
Oh, right. What happened to you?
Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen sense of observation. Kidding, of course. We're just discussing. We've also already gone over the organization's vision. Instead of listening to me try to explain...
Okay, let them tell me about it. Again, because it's a new thing that's
I feel like you didn't answer the question. Yeah, they're
introduced
supposed
at
to
the
be
same
like the
time as
model
we heard
prisoners,
about
right?
smuggling
So
and a
this is what their
mysterious
spot
black
looks
stone.
like.
And maybe because I might remember this person in a beret from the 4.1 trailer. Maybe I don't trust them.
Hey, what are you doing over here?
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke, are you not? I'm organizing the book. We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves.
Are there writers
Yeah,
here?
most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies on... Some quit drinking. Some learned to tailor. Some became real good at calligraphy. And even I've learned to use a camera. We find it kind of funny. You see, had we managed to stay above ground, none of us would have ever had the time to learn any of those skills.
I do enjoy calligraphy.
Ah, it's because you...
Not only that, but
I'm not perfect
we've
at
also
it, but I
now got
have
the mental space to think about taking on new things. Before we came here, we were constantly exhausted just trying to live. With how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though, all we need to do is think about the things that we want to do. You never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all, there's no need to conform to societal
I feel like you should be judged for some
when
things.
You're already in jail.
So
as long as you're trying to strive and move forward.
Yeah, that's exactly right. After all, not everyone is good at fighting, and that's it. I just finished
Don't worry.
Welcome to our gathering place. Is there anything you'd like?
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
You sound like a
Well,
salesperson.
that's not a bad comparison. It is my job to explain our amenity. I'm sure Mr. Dugier has already explained some of it, but allow me to fill you in some more. Besides this space, which our members use to rest and relax, we also have an entertainment room, a fitness room, and a self-study room. These rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone...
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Unfortunately, we don't. We started a collaboration with the cafeteria a while back, though, so they'll let us borrow their kitchen.
Yeah, Paimon can definitely see how it...
Yep, and that's exactly why we all think we...
The Society is planning to host another event.
Ah, the one you mentioned to me before. The idea is sound, but...
Hey, you there, newbie!
Rigas.
Hello?
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, why don't you follow my lead and take it... Ha!
That was loud.
That's how I pump myself with one shout. You can release all the fatigue, resentment, and unpleasantness from your lungs. Why don't you also give it a... Just remember to take a deep breath and let it all out if you find yourself at your wit's end.
Alright, we've talked to everybody. That would explain why RIZZLY only had good things to say about... Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap up their...
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend to those matters right away.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add.
Of course.
Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, note that your opinion will also affect...
Oh, wait, I didn't know. It's all right with me, though.
Paimon thinks it's something anyone expected you to get a society going here of all places.
Same here.
Ah, so it seems that you were able to get it.
The prisoners here all have very different personalities and psychological needs. Our needs are like violent beasts. If we can't face them properly, they'll grow restless and enraged. But if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can even be converted into fuel for far nobler pursuit. Which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is the first step.
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. Before I founded the Society, I had met too many people who could not come, and I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find...
And Paimon thought everyone was enjoying life just fine.
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress. For others, though, they would just be...
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you
So
knew
these people
this, but
prefer
even
something
His
more
Grace
constructive.
sometimes...
What? You fight in the ring too?
Oh, I almost never need them.
Almost never.
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right?
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
He's still as weird as before.
Dugier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about... After all, it's my responsibility.
We'll leave him to you then. Where were we before we got sidetracked?
Paimon, I guess dropping that thing that he lost his hat may not have been the best idea. Something about boxing gloves?
Right, about that. You might have thought that I was joking, but when emotions run high, Things often spiral out of... Sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs has also come in handy quite a number of times. Oops.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its special qualities.
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for his grace.
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope it hasn't been...
It still looks good to me. Say, Dugier.
Never, your grace. Don't...
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I
Well,
wanted
see,
to
now
talk
that
about,
just
so
makes me
let's wrap
10
up for
times
the day.
more suspicious.
The Traveler also has some other plans.
Got it, your grace. Take care, everyone.
Did they...
I'll take you to the exit.
Was he not affected by the stone? We all noticed that, right? They all noticed the stone.
Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm...
So you say.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for...
Well, what's your opinion of the society?
Paimon thinks it's pretty chill. Paimon doesn't remember exactly what you said, but there's only one potential problem. If the society does too...
But at this point in time, they're still reducing my workload. I wanted to see just how much they've managed to accomplish. I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity.
Dissonant?
I'm sure the Traveler has sensed it too.
There's something off.
As expected, the whole truth is a bit... I'd hoped to take care of it in secret. Why don't you take this opportunity to... If my hypothesis is correct, and with his watchful eye removed... I'm just following the most popular playbook in Fontaine. Investigate, obtain evidence, and then use the truth to render judgment. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance at Opera Epiclese that I've even begun to miss it. I'll explain everything. Find out what you can from them now while...
Punch.
Then...
Good question. What should I do?
Wait, so you...
Punch.
It's just as RIZZLY... You said you felt there was something off. Paimon will do her best to help.
Strike up a conversation.
Wait, you got...
We're really sorry. We just...
Oh, okay.
Nobody?
It's about the size of my hand.
It's okay. There's no need to be nervous. So we'll just look for it ourselves if...
I'll go find Mr. Dude.
No need. We're just...
Feels like they're terrified.
We can look around.
Lumiere, what's going on?
Are you still organizing the book?
Yeah, and...
We weren't thinking about that to begin with, but what?
Sorry. You really can't check that.
Hey, hello?
Hello? How can I help you? The Beret Society offers a variety of resources and benefits to its members, and, I mean, you've...
You don't know...
sorry, that's not what...
Okay,
This
Paimon sees
went
what
up
you
to
meant now.
11.
Hey!
What do you want?
Isn't this how you greeted us earlier?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You sure? I ate something. You're looking for something?
Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back.
Alright. Yeah, that's
you're back.
suspicious.
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
They were all super scared.
That would prove my suspicions. The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was acting super scared too when we saw him at the gathering place. Actually, hasn't he just been acting super paranoid since we first...
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so the one who started it all was... It was you all along!
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really going on. I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable mental states.
How long you been investigating
Not too
this?
long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit.
Okay, but aren't you the Duke?
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position. In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used sparingly. Everything I do is on display, and I've always striven to appear fair.
That sounds a bit deep. Paimon's not sure she got all of it.
The Duke's values will be emulated by the people.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I have to lead by example, and that's why you...
Alright, so you're saying Dugier has figured out some way to control the members of his society, and even though the members are acting all optimistic and motivated, it's all just a show.
I feel like we're
Indeed.
missing something.
He certainly seems to be using some coercive methods to turn his members into the most upbeat and motivated group of people you've ever seen. I have some faith, though. The line has been set.
Fish?
Let's give them some time.
All right.
Mike, you can find me in my office when the time comes.
Hey! Don't just leave before you've explained...
Punch, punch, punch. Alright, let's see how we're doing. I also did get a bunch of new name cards that I'm very happy with. The new Celebration, Shenhe, Aloy, Child, and I did get Xingqiu, but I accidentally went over that. I want to get as many friendships as I can. I'll never get you. I'll never get you. That's a shame. Oh, we've almost gotten that one. We've almost gotten that one. Oh, I need to change the time. That's why I came in here. By the time we get to the front, it'll be 8.
It's finally evening. RIZZLY'S probably wrapped up his investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go find him and ask him what he's really up.
Can do, Paimon. I have him with Frostbearer. I think it looks the best with him. And I've been waiting for an excuse to give someone Frostbearer for a while. Although that doesn't look bad on him, the Black Cliff Agate. That actually doesn't look too bad on him. It increases his attack upon damaging an opponent, increases crit rate. And he's the Duke, and this is Royal.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lot?
Let's just get straight to the point.
Patience, Paimon. Even as the situation continues to I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something. Why didn't anyone come?
Oh, that's a good point.
But even if such a thing existed,
Yeah.
how could they be so sure without checking with me? It'd be one thing if it was just 1 or 2 people, which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them.
Because you instigated Dugier in the first place? Because you've been working with him all along?
Yes, something like that. So it became imperative for me to refute that. And of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to improvise when you identified the guy who'd lost his hat with everyone present. There was no way to keep our investigation a secret.
That makes sense. Wait, then does that mean it was all Paimon's fault?
The last thing that guy wanted was for Dugier to find out that he'd lost it. He would have never brought the matter up, but now, not only has Dugier found out that he'd lost his hat, He's also realized that likely set his internal alarms off all at once.
The hats must be hiding something.
Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's the only thing that could explain the fear. If we didn't act right then and there, Dugier would probably come up with some other. So after giving the matter some thought, I tossed that black. I must say, I was.
Ah, so you did that.
Yes, that's right. Of course, that box was discovered as part of our investigation of the Society. I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen the gem before, but since I had to do something, I decided to gamble.
So that's the hint you were talking about.
And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem represented. That should have been enough to let people know that it's still early days. And since I was traveling with you, heroes, they would also understand that we're here to help, rather than to tolerate or...
You used us as a part of your plan too!
My apologies. There was no time and quite a lot to explain, so I figured it might be easier to just let you see a few things for yourselves. But I can assure you that I've now told you everything there is to know. Of course, you're under no obligation. Would you be willing to lend me your support?
But Paimon's still mad at you!
I just need to fight them.
You have my thanks. Now, there are still 2 outstanding matters in our investigation. I've examined one before. The other is the true purpose of the Black Gem. It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Okay. He's a very soothing guy. You spend some time in RIZZLY'S office. Still sounds weird.
Excuse me, Your Grace.
Abbas.
But may I come in? I'm afraid that someone's been...
Please, do.
I apologize for my lack of composure. Yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you.
Fasol?
Please, help us, Your Grace. He's in great...
Slow down, take a deep breath.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
You mean when we saw him at the gas...
Yes, he fled immediately. But thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me, and now that he's lost Dugier's trust, what awaits him is agonizing censure.
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's method of establishing control, as well as the thing we all fear rather than listening to me explain what it is. Every secret may be found within...
Here you are. Please excuse us, Your Grace. It was never our intention to disturb you like this. She rambles often, has hallucinations.
I don't recall hearing a knock.
Oh, my apologies. I merely did not wish for Your Grace to be alarmed. Had I not been so focused on recovering her, I would have followed all the rules of etiquette.
Like we'd believe you.
Indeed.
Please, there's no need to be upset. It's only now.
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the lunatic?
That would be perfectly fine with me. Oh, and just so you know, we've also found the missing Miss... Thankfully, he has already returned to his sin.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
This is what you're afraid of, correct?
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think there's any...
It's all right, Elise. No matter what it is, it will no longer be able to hurt.
Your Grace!
I'm sorry, Your Grace. But I really don't...
In that case, Avis and I will be...
Miss Avis, please show me your head. That is an order. There's nothing...
Your Grace, I know you have long tired of my words, but please believe me, the Society has never caused trouble for you or any... Why are you doing everything in your power to prove our guilt? I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word.
Your words bore me. You know the consequences.
Everything that I do for the fortress. All right, Avis.
Scum! I hate him.
Sooner or later, all will pay the price for their arrogance. Oh, he must have been well prepared for this exact scenario, or he wouldn't have dared to be so openly hostile. The entire society are his hostages. His subordinates would... And that's why he dared to bare his fangs right in front of me.
So
And
now
the true
our biggest
secret of the
problem is...
society is neither on the hat nor on the... Dugier probably knew this from the very beginning, which is why... However, if we were to look at the rules...
Yeah, none of this makes sense.
The hats are definitely being used to hide a secret. But if there's nothing on her head, why did Avis feel the need to remove her? From the way Dugier acted, he must have...
The hair clip that was taken off inside.
I have an idea, but...
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
Avis didn't take off her hat to draw attention to her head. She did so to remove her hair clip.
You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier know. That would mean that Avis didn't stay silent out of fear. Let me take a look.
RIZZLY tinkers with
I
it.
managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and conical. It's hollow on the inside.
Hollow!
And looks something like a cross between a nail and a thorn.
Ugh. Ugh!
Let's see.
Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Some kind of... And some of it has been absorbed by this thorny-looking
The
thing.
gem is used as a container for this type of liquid.
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions of humanity. With that
We
in
did hear
mind,
that.
this liquid is probably a highly concentrated solution of fear.
Oh, so that's why even touching it will make you remember unpleasant things.
So with the infused
Dugier
thorn...
would be able to censure others. I can only... The moment it hits you would be like agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense...
So, was that...
And that might not even be all. We can't let Dugier escape.
Let's go beat him up! People are injured.
Your Grace, we have taken the Society members into custody. They all tried to flee just a little while ago, as if they had received... We decided to forestall their plan, and we're just about to...
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this all over...
I had them stay here to keep an eye on. Perform a thorough search of the Society's head...
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound on their...
Ooh, Paimon's glad her eyesight isn't so good that she can see it from here. Paimon's gonna float away for...
They probably left it there as a lasting reminder of Dugier's censure. These people must have had to endure an unimaginable...
Take him to Sijuin, but also get every
Let's go
guard
check out the other areas,
to watch
too.
them. The papers are actually outdated, but they look brand new. It seems like no one has ever flipped through them. If you look closely, even the creases are almost identical. They don't seem to have been formed naturally through reading.
Hey, come here! Have a look at this!
The books are fake?
This is a book that Paimon found in a box next to the bookshelf. Its contents are exactly the same as this book. The colors of the covers are completely different, though, and the names of the authors also don't match up.
So they're just for show, and it's to make it look like the bookshelves are being added to and
Dared to
maintained.
claim that they wrote...
Look at what I found.
Camera.
This is a surveillance port. With this, Dugier would be able to remotely monitor. So even if Dugier's not there in person, he'll still always have eyes on the members.
Explain why he's so
Indeed.
terrified. Yep.
It's easy to become lost and confused, and if any action you take may be deemed amiss, Dugier has already tamed.
Your Grace! Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any society members in the other areas. It also seems like none of the equipment in those rooms were ever used. All the signs of wear and tear are fake. The lime scale, the layers of dust. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find anything.
Oh.
They're gone? That could only mean...
The real headquarters
Indeed.
are elsewhere.
As long as he allowed society members to mingle with others, even with threats of censure. Dugier. Meanwhile, this marvelous gathering place will lose all of its value as soon as a whistleblower sounds. So instead of being his real base, this is just an elaborate performance. And only the most docile and well...
But then...
Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. And if the he must be in Dugier's pocket.
Well, let's go
I'm
find
of the
him.
same mind.
Painstakingly prepared a grand drama of vengeance, the Countess of Montmer. The renowned performance artist Formon wholeheartedly endorses the Countess of Montmer. If you don't watch it, something like that. To the work floor. Oh, there we go.
Did that person flee here?
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught wind of Dugier's declaration of... Let's keep heading down. There are some abandoned areas and we should be on the right track. Let's go. We can take...
Oh, it's just Lumine. Pew pew pew! Ready, bud? Our old job site, our old workstation.
There's a fallen guard over there! Paimon sees some society members too!
After them!
It's Ryzzly! Run!
There you go.
Did Dugier send you?
Come on! It's time to...
I will take your cooperation into
Mr. Dugier, he didn't want this guy to We were just about to dispose...
So, in other words, your headquarters should be this...
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it there once you've seen and passed through a large...
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find out.
Yeah, let's...
I get a feeling we're gonna get a trial RIZZLY in this. Will probably be better built than mine.
We're way behind schedule.
I've been here before, definitely. Dugier's Kingdom. Based on the investigation and preliminary conjecture, the goons of the Beret Society and their victims should be gathered deep in this place. Dugier must find a suitable must have expected trouble and is prepared to a suitable welcome gift. As such, extensive preparations should be undertaken before entering. You know what we're gonna do?
We'll need a strategy.
Coco.
here?
Yeah, these are all former work areas. They've been left abandoned due to a lack of funds. There are usually guards on patrol here. Stay sharp. He's...
Cash flow supervision. I'm guessing, yep. C3, 1188.
Rest and rebuild! There is no escape! No touching!
Going easy on me? Let's begin.
Have a safe trip.
Born of ice and frost, allow me!
Only now.
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now. Just follow...
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dujier...
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received, as well as account for all the Gardamex that had mysteriously Seems like he's prepared for an all-out...
Hey, what's this?
Seems like some kind of handbook. Ah, this should be the Society's real rules book. It lists all the rules that members are not permitted to speak to each other or to leave without formal permission. 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be punished for any single member's wrongdoings. Anyone who reports a fellow member's misbehavior shall be rewarded with food and water. I see.
But that's just cruel.
To obtain food and water, prisoners are forced to snitch on others, and in the process cause pain to those around them.
It's, well, first off, snitches get stitches. Secondly, it's a little bit the Stanford prison experiment, but it's also, oh, why am I blanking on the official title? It's the prisoner's dilemma. There it is. You will be rewarded if you snitch on your ally. Do you do that before they snitch on you?
To avoid punishment, they learn to stop talking with one another. This leaves the wounds they've already received to fester, however. And so resentment builds until every prisoner has become finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their fate as Dujier's slaves. Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She rejected all the snacks in the box once she was spooked by that black... She's usually all for tasty snacks, but she chose to go against her instincts after a negative
Is that the best example you can come up with?
No, your decision was valid. However, it's also valid to interpret that as a decision that you only made under emotional duress. The human heart is like a raft in a vast and empty ocean. Those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime.
I vow to never run away again. I vow not to speak without permission. I vow to remain conscious while being censured. I vow to earnestly carry out any order given to me by Master Dujier. I vow to actively denounce any behavior of my fellow society members who undermine the society's unity. I vow to voluntarily accept a 4th degree or higher punishment should I violate any part of my oath. The entire text is handwritten. The paper is creased and handwriting is sloppy, suggesting that it's written in a state of extreme duress. It was signed at the end with a fingerprint rather than a signature. doesn't have made with a gentle pigment like that of an ink pad. Is it like a fingerprint in blood? So his men have been decommissioning Gardamex.
If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of this place. Rather than confront Dugier, I think it's more important right now. You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other spots.
I don't trust that those two members are wearing berets.
Open the door. Forget it. Paimon's just gonna do some trial and...
I hear you, Paimon. Trial and error is the best way.
Whoa! It's turning! Is it because we touched this thing? Look, the other side's open! Let's go!
Oh, well, let me change his wings.
It's going to get a little chilly. A moment, please. Oh. Let's begin.
Rest and rebuild!
Not bad. Away now.
We're getting plenty of hydro sigils. We are gonna dominate. We're gonna go up at least 3 levels, maybe 4, as soon as 4.2 drops on Tuesday. For the Fountain of Lucine. Right? I need at least 120 for that to happen. Maybe one of these. Form of currency. Yeah, there it is. 105. Okay. 15 more. So So as of right now, we'll be able to get 3 levels, which we saw earlier this stream. I don't care about most of these people. The only two I care about saving are Mr. Lost His Hat and his lover.
Oh, it's so high. We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
Ooh, the water level's gone way up. So that's how we'll make it to the top.
Just want to make sure I don't see any chests on the way up.
Illusion shattered.
Hold the line.
Access denied.
A moment, please.
Alright, we're back in the main chamber. Oh, no. Can we go around to the other side?
These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here. Dugier's probably moved them
Let's still rescue the ones who got... Hey, it's a...
No, I won't try to leave anymore.
Ground share.
So close to me.
No, we're not gonna do...
We won't be able to get through to her right now. I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her. Let's let the guards take care of them for now and keep pushing forward.
Soul are still in danger. I'm so hungry. Please give me something to eat. I'm begging you. Don't pass me a note. You're trying to get us killed. Please, I'm hungry. I'll report you if you keep this up. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. What follows is consistent repetition. The handwriting becoming increasingly faint. The bottom half is severely damaged as if a dirty shoe print was on it. Whoever wrote this was taken away. God damn. Dear Lauren, my sweet daughter, I have no choice but to say goodbye to you in this way. Since our separation, not a moment goes by when I do not wish I could leave the fortress as soon as possible, come back to you, go back to being the father you looked up to. Perhaps I'm the only one who naively believes that sinners are forgiven the moment one is handed the sentence they're already dead, leaving only a husk of flesh that must atone. Nobody shows compassion for the flesh. It is utterly filthy and utterly worthless. Do not make the wrong choices, Lauren. Don't do bad things. Live a beautiful life. So your best to become a better you. Try to embrace all the bright things in the world and don't leave any regrets behind like I did. Do not try speaking for me. Nobody here can be trusted. They're all monsters with human faces, with not the slightest shred of decency. Constantly starving beyond measure. Stay far, far away from this place. No matter how you feel inside about a father like me, I still want you to know that I wish I could see you, and I love you very much. God damn. He's moving, so he's alive. That's good. No one in there. Oh, can't climb the walls. Oh dear. easy.
The door's open. Maybe it's His Grace. I'll go take a look.
I leave this area to you.
Understood. And please take care as well, Your Grace.
Just focus on the tasks. Let's go back. That mechanism from the first room. Maybe we'll also need to hold it in place using the same device to open the door. Don't forget to bring these.
We're eliminating devices now.
This seems to be some...
This is a surveillance terminal. The information collected by the surveillance ports we found. I'm sure Dugier really enjoyed sitting here and making his people dance like...
Yeah, I want to beat him up. I really want to beat him up. So now that's the only one rotating. There we go. Just in case, we'll take these with us. Oh, wait. Oh, they float behind us. That's cool. Everything's open. Good. This looks terrifying. Like, that just looks like straight torture equipment hanging from the... Oh my god.
I must confess to being furious. To think that there are still some... Remember their names. Fasal and Avis. And today you will see with your own eyes what'll happen to those who betray... Go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn in your hands, and then push in the Aqua Dolores. Of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again, and don't stop.
That's all.
Oh, shut your wretched mouths! My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nausea.
Is that His Grace?
Oh, RIZZLY. Must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already? What's so blasphemous about
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and looting. Look at your people. Are they not starving as you wolf down your cake?
You. Stop acting all high.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat you up.
Forgotten? Nobody in this blasted fortress is innocent. We are all irredeemable monsters who have destroyed something that others held dear. What's so wrong about punishing those who deserve to be punished? And please, are you really gonna tell me that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen them as current. The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also a place for rebirth. Just as people are free to give in to the darkness within their hearts, they are also free to seek redemption. They may have made mistakes, but they are still human. And most importantly, they should always retain the... But you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away so that they'll become slaves. And you say that's what they've always deserved?
He's really mad.
Yeah, I agree.
You think me arrogant, RIZZLY. Well, I think you're too young. Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. No prisoner will listen to you out of gratitude of their hearts. The whip is the only way to make them obey. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already taken control of all the... Your vision gives you strength. But how long will it...
You talk big, but in the end, you know nothing outside of power and control. In that case, let me give you a small taste of what real power looks like.
Good. Let's do it.
Allow me.
Shine down.
No touching.
Have a safe trip.
Access denied. We're way behind. Blaze over.
Hold the line.
There is no... Now you shall perish.
Okay. Easy mode. Cutscene time! Oh, that was dope.
If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
Now the gloves.
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight? I'm warning you! Unauthorized punishment and torture are prohibited here. As the Duke, you should set an example. Funny how that slipped my mind.
Damn!
Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress are there to keep the likes of you in check. But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood.
The guards rescue the Society members who have been imprisoned at the True headquarters. RIZZLY spends much of his time with each member, comforting them and extending his personal apologies. Following that, he makes arrangements for follow-up medical care and cleanup work, and thus does the Beret Society debacle truly come to an end.
Sorry for taking so long.
No, not at all.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. There's no way that I could truly empathize with the fear that the members felt every day. I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but it might still not be enough to repair the damage that has been done. I have to take responsibility for it, as does the fortress.
Maybe you should give a more formal apology. You sound more serious than usual.
Even I wouldn't be able to find humor in a situation like this.
So, do you have a plan?
Oh, Dugier? For now, I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of punishment. He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the details of his... Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot-free.
Yeah.
It's not often that I actually get the chance to be creative with my punishment. I'm going to talk to the members of the Society. He'll get a chance to experience everything that he's ever inflicted on them.
Good. Fill him with that fear juice.
Paimon didn't know you could also be so harsh.
Say, hey, your
Looks like
solitary
she should watch her
confinement and
tongue
every
when she's
food you
around you in
have
the
is going to be
future.
laced with your little fear potion. If you want to live, you need to suffer unendurable fear every single day.
Why do you think I'd do that kind of thing? Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so much for all of your help.
Cruel? Yes.
There's
Fun?
still a lot for me to take care of. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2 days at the Coupon Cafeteria.
No.
Don't worry, it won't be the same old welfare.
Oh, then you...
Wait 2 days. Sangonomiya Kokomi, the head of the prison. I've heard theories about Kokomi being related, being a potential dragon. The Rakane Somnolenta is her constellation. A water dragon. And a lot of people relate Kokomi to the story of the koi fish. If you're familiar with Magikarp from Pokemon or Kaido from One Piece, they started out as fish who ascended the waterfall and became a dragon. And I believe Sonoletta is basically her title is the Sleeping Dragon. So she is a koi fish who has the potential to become a dragon, and I really think that's interesting. I kind of want to see her interact with Neuvillette. Right, I know it's here somewhere. It's secret. Okay, wait until 2 days later. At 11. There you go. That was badass, though. That was a really cool cutscene. It wasn't as touching and emotional as Neuvillette's cutscene. Still pretty cool. Seeing him just beat the utter ever-living CRAP out of that guy. A regular Dugier bag.
Let's move out.
Name's Dugier. I thought it was covered. Oh, it's like a whole smorgasbord. Look at that.
Ah,
a
you're
feast.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind... that's not what Paimon meant at all.
Hmm? I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you!
Jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that it shouldn't be too difficult to extract the thorn, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period of... As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well.
You sure got everything taken care of, RIZZLY.
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead.
I have a question, actually. Your flashbacks when you picked up the gem, your anger when you confronted Dugier.
That's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family I lived with as a child.
Oh, he was a foster child.
I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other.
Is that here in prison, or is that in the Fleuve Cendre?
Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn us over to be individually adopted by families of greater means, and go on to adopt more young children. They were perfect parents.
Were they being paid?
Or so I thought.
And then?
And then, I found out we were merely raised as livestock.
Yeah.
Once we had reached a certain age, our parents would bring us to the market for sale. All children that were sold would leave the house, and nobody would know what became of them. As for those who didn't sell, did you know I once considered myself an extremely lucky child? And all of my friends, all of my siblings. I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out before me were simply added to the disposal pile. I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our parents' adoring smiles. Yes, like the society, my parents created a facade of joy, lied to satiate their desires,
a part 2 where we get
and
to beat
even
them
employed incredibly... They did all of that, but never considered how their actions would utterly ruin all the children they took under their wing. Worse, perhaps they never cared about that at all, but I did. So in the end, I killed them.
Oh, damn!
And set all of the remaining children free. I was convicted for my crimes and exiled to the fortress of Merip. My methods were extreme, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those I trusted most, and I didn't think that more moderate ways would solve the problem.
Good for you, buddy.
My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved.
Again, we get more child trafficking in Fontaine. Fontaine is messed up. I don't know what to
It's
say.
all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not happen again.
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a vis and facade.
It was all because you arrived.
We came here on impulse today.
Please, go on right ahead.
It's... I'd like to be wedded.
You're getting married?
Aww.
Yeah, we met each other through the system, but even during our time there, we never doubted each other. We always believed that Dugier was manipulating us, and after this incident,
You could say we managed to make the best out of a but we're still both prisoners. And we also... So we are just wondering, is...
You're right in that the fortress is never... But that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the arrangements. If you need anything special shipped...
We are actually also planning to stay here.
Yeah, we've already made... And we have full confidence in the fortress.
Your trust is the highest form.
Hey, loosen up a bit. Shouldn't you be the happiest man in Teyvat to hear that people would like to...
Yeah. I'll always take a
assume
genuine
that the people that
expression
have
of
served out the
faith over
sentences, and
any
even if they choose to
obligation
stay here, they
obey.
can leave. Reborn in the land of grievances. Alright, that's sweet.
Let's move out.
Alright, and with that, we got these obviously, you know, story quests or daily commissions, but we already did our encounter point. Alright, so I think with that, we are all done, and we are ready for this Wednesday. When we will be... I might make some more Hydroculus. So we know the next area is going to be over here. To the east. So to the east of the Opera Epiclese is the forest of the Misty Path, the Weeping Willow swamp area, and the lake that has the storm in the center of it. And down here to the west of the below region is the Mort region, where the tower is. And that opens this up. I'm betting when we get to... Ready? So that's going to be this area expanded. So I'm betting it'll probably be like right here. I'm betting when we get the Lantern Quest in January, we're going to get this area. And I bet we're going to do some kind of Sumeru Festival, maybe like 4.6, where we'll get this area. And we're slowly gonna fill them out. Maybe during the next Wind Bloom, we'll get Dormant Port up here and get like this area above. And we'll slowly keep filling in the map. I think that would be real cool. There's obviously this side of the map over here. If you look to the west, we have that incredibly tall mountain peak, which is I think the tallest mountain in Fontaine is up there. Obviously can't get up there yet. But this next one is the big one that I've been waiting for. It's the end of the Narcissenkreuz, and it's the end of the story proper. So I'm probably going to do... And we have Farina's story. So that's probably going to be 3 separate streams. Our first stream will be... does it come out Tuesday or Wednesday? I think it comes out on Wednesday, right? I think it's very late night Tuesday, very early Wednesday is when it launches. So that's when we're going to check that out.
So
and
heavy.
do Act 5 of this chapter. Then maybe later next week, we will do... the world quests. No, then we'll probably start the world quests and try and do Farina's story quest. And then we'll probably do one where we finish up the
grounded for a whole day, but it's way worth it because the fish tastes so good. Boing, boing, boom!
The one thing I'm going to want to check out is Farina's story quest takes place after Act 5, which I would probably guess it would. Alright. So that's my plan. I'm also gonna be playing... I was originally planning on playing Sonic Superstars later tonight, but the stream did go on a little longer than I was thought. And I have not had dinner. So I'm gonna try and... I don't know if I can stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try and do an early stream tomorrow. Maybe noon Eastern time, maybe 1 o'clock Eastern time, where I do Sonic Superstars. And I might do a late night stream tomorrow, maybe after 9 o'clock. I can't guarantee that one, though. I think I can squeeze in one stream tomorrow. I'm busy tomorrow morning until around noon, so I might try and stream around 1. And then I have a thing at 6. It's probably gonna go like 6 to around 9 o'clock. Yeah. So I'm gonna try that, and busy on Monday, but Tuesday I'm gonna do.
Today. I found a really weird-looking
Baldur's
lizard.
Gate 3.
Want me to show it to you?
And Wednesday will be Genshin. So that'll be what. Thursday will probably be Baldur's Gate again. And Friday will either be more Sonic or more Genshin. I'm not sure on that yet. So that's probably what my week's gonna look like. If not, so Wednesday is guaranteed for Genshin. Wednesday is the next Genshin expansion. And then probably either Friday or Saturday would be the rest of Genshin. Or my next Genshin stream after 4.2. Alright. But for now, we are done. That is it for this thing that we're doing. Hey, Paimon. Thank you so much for joining me. Shout out to La Belle Fleur and Kelly Artnetic for chatting with me and following. If you're interested, if you're watching this on Twitch and you're interested in staying up to date on all the things I got going on, mostly game related, make sure you're following. Or if you're watching this when it goes up on YouTube, make sure you subscribe if you feel like it helped me out. That is all for this thing I'm doing. Until next time, stay awesome.